It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Warm, balmy.
Yeah, not bad.
33 degrees this morning if you're leaving the house. Going to get up into the high 40s, potentially low 50s
This
today.
is like the nicest day we're going to get this week.
Yeah, so take your shirt off, run around the front yard.
Don't do that.
Well, do whatever you want, man. It's a free country.
We're not that free.
No, we are actually. It's completely legal for you, whether you're a man or a woman in New York State, to take your shirt off as long as it's not to titillate. So, Tommy, you need to leave your shirt on. Everyone be getting mad boners in Pittsburgh. Mad boners from some Tommy tees out in Pittsburgh. So I'm sure you guys are locked into the NBA in-season tournament right now.
What is that?
I love
Why
basketball.
Is
I still full don't
I
understand.
don't
Why
really
is there
get
a
it.
tournament in the season when but they're still going to have a finals?
Yeah. This is just
So what's the tournament?
Can I say one thing about it that's been awesome?
Help me.
Halftime shows.
the halftime shows have been great.
All right.
They've been, they came out strong for all of the halftime shows that I've seen so far.
Who are the entertainers?
It's like it's the weirdest stuff you can imagine. Like
No
I don't
name,
even know
local
how to
talent.
like group it all together because it's
Okay.
all over the place.
Okay, so now I know we don't talk NBA an awful lot, and there's a reason because there's a local relay from last night that we'll get to in a sec. But to answer your question, the NBA is having, for the first time, an in-season tournament because they realize that the ratings for the NBA early in the season while the NFL is going on are low. You know,
Okay.
they play 82 games.
Yeah, so why add more games?
Well, they're not. It's games that are already in the season.
Oh, so these count towards the regular season, but it's a tournament.
You got it. So they do this in soccer, and it's very popular in Europe.
Okay.
And it's to add a little urgency.
All
and
right.
they're in the knockout round, coming up in the knockout round. Every player on the winning team wins $500,000.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
Good for them.
So, well, yeah, I mean, who cares? They're millionaires. But, I mean, it's still motivation for them to play. Not only that, they also measure who moves on by how many points you score over your opponent.
Oh, so this is going to determine some standing.
No, no, I'm saying in this tournament.
Okay.
But what you're watching are teams going out of their way to try and blow out other teams,
Oh,
which
all
is
right.
really interesting. So we bring all this up because last night the Lakers are playing the Detroit Pistons. And for those who don't know, one of the big stars for the Detroit Pistons is Rochester guy done good, Bishop Kearney grad, Isaiah Stewart. They call him Beef Stew.
Is he a big, beefy guy?
Big old beefy stew. They don't call you Beef Stew because
Yeah.
they're built like Tommy Muley with your Tommy tees, giving everybody boners in Pittsburgh. So for those who don't know, LeBron James out in L.A. and Isaiah Stewart from right here in Rochester have a history.
Do they don't like each other to get a little rough?
Yes, last season, I believe it was last season, Isaiah was playing LeBron, and there was a little back and forth throughout the game. It got a little physical, and Isaiah Stewart tried to murder LeBron James. And when we say murder LeBron James, he was running around the court trying to chasing him down, trying to get his hands on him, while teammates and referees and employees of the team were trying to hold him back. This is the audio from when that went down.
Yeah, he must have caught an elbow or something, but
Oh, yeah, he's got a lot of blood streaming from the side of the eye. Look, here goes Stewart.
Stay in your seats. You got to do it in Detroit.
yeah, I think he's a little upset. It was along the free throw line on the free throw, and he's still trying to get loose.
He is knocking over. He's out of the game without question.
So did LeBron elbow Beef Stew?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hit him in the eye, cut him
Because he
open.
was
Right.
bleeding, yeah.
Yeah, but
Right.
they had been going back and forth. By the way, if you've never seen that video, take a second this morning and watch it because you see the rage of 1,000 suns inside Bishop Kearney's Isaiah Stewart.
So LeBron's one of the biggest guys in the NBA, size-wise.
He's not
I mean,
small.
muscle and
Yeah.
size.
Yeah. I
How
mean,
big is this Stew dude?
Beef Stew, what
Like
is he?
same size?
6'9", 6'10".
All right.
I mean,
he's a little
big
bit
dude.
shorter than LeBron.
No, I think he's probably a little bit an inch or two taller. I think.
Oh,
What is LeBron
all right.
6'10"? So
Oh,
Beef
I thought
Stew-
LeBron was like 7 foot.
No, he's not a 7-footer.
No? All right.
No, Kimmy's on
Well,
it.
you lose height with age, too. I have him looking
LeBron's
like Henry
6'9".
Kissinger now.
Good relate.
Here's the ball.
I love that comedian. So last night, to catch everybody up, now that we're all here,
LeBron's an inch taller.
LeBron's an inch taller?
Yeah.
Really?
Isaiah Stewart's 6'8", LeBron 6'9".
No kidding. So
What happened last night?
the Pistons are playing the Lakers. Again, they're going back and forth a little bit, but nothing like what happened last night. So Beef Stew, he's got the ball. He's driving the lane. LeBron is guarding him. LeBron tries to take a charge and falls backwards and flops. No
Okay.
call. No call.
So did LeBron fake like he got knocked down?
That's it. Yeah,
Kinda
that's
looked like
taking
it.
a flop, right?
Right.
All right. So LeBron did not like this, was jawing at the ref all the way up the court, and picked up a technical foul for running his mouth because he tried to flop on Beef Stew and embarrass him and pick up a foul because they have this history back and forth. So it's another season that carries on this animosity between Rochester's own Isaiah Stewart and arguably the greatest man to ever play basketball in the NBA.
And twice now he's made LeBron look kind of foolish.
Yeah, I would argue that, yes.
All right.
So we have a kid from Rochester, a carny kid with beef, with arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. Like LeBron's a global icon.
So was there always like a thing like you don't mess with LeBron, like in the league?
I don't think players were like necessarily intimidated by him in that way.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, he's not going to do anything back. He's got a
like I don't think anybody's afraid of LeBron punching them in the face.
he's got a reputation for being a little soft.
All right.
But
well, he's got a lot to lose, man.
Yeah, and I agree. Like I get it. But here's the thing. I don't know why I take such pride in the fact that someone from Rochester has this rivalry.
Cool.
And like it's not even like a basketball rivalry because the Pistons are terrible this year. Isaiah plays well.
If they were a better team, it'd be much bigger. It'd be like on a much bigger scale.
Exactly, but like it's cool to me, and I feel pride every time I watch these games. And like there's Isaiah Stewart going back and forth physically with LeBron James.
Yeah.
At what point, Tommy, because this kid, he's raised in Rochester, right? There's tons of people listening that know him, that watched him play when he was bouncing around playing local high schools here. At what point does it get normal that LeBron James is standing across from you?
Oh.
Because Isaiah Stewart's only like 23. Could you look that up for me, Kimmy, when you get a chance?
And he grew up watching him.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, LeBron James has played. He was in the league when I was in high school. So, like, you probably idolized this guy at one point.
Right.
And
now,
for a long
now you're
time.
competing against him.
He's 22.
Okay.
So
he made.
when did LeBron go in?
20 years ago?
Yeah. So, he's been in the league his whole life.
I mean, it had to be like when guys went up against Jordan, right?
Yeah, towards the end.
I mean, Jordan was a same deal.
But, like, at what point, because Isaiah Stewart's been in the league now, I think, for 4 years. At what point, when that man is standing across from you, are you just like, that's another guy?
It has to switch pretty quick because of that league, right?
I don't know.
The competitive nature, what they're paying you, how much work you put in to get there. You just don't. Maybe he doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it's LeBron. I almost cursed freaking James.
But we're looking at it as just normal human beings. These people aren't.
Did he go to Bishop Kearney or McQuaid?
Oh, he's a McQuaid kid. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. No,
gonna
that's my
say
fault.
because
I made a mistake.
I didn't know
was
if this
I was
was
thinking
wrong,
of nope, my fault. Thomas Bryant I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
I would think to get to that kid's level, he would have to forget about that pretty quick if he's that much of an impact player.
I know, but there are some people that are so iconic, right? Like you thinking like NFL-wise, like Patrick Mahomes
outside
right
of
now.
football or basketball or
Yeah, they're instantly recognized, right? LeBron James is that guy. He's starred in movies before, right?
Yeah.
His faces adorn billboards in languages across the world. The guy speaks. He moves things.
Yeah.
And he wants to murder you.
I would think it's probably different than football because you're not constantly making contact with those guys, right? If you're going up against them. Where basketball, you're constantly on the court with them.
Yeah.
And you're constantly making contact. Like hockey.
Yeah, no, I get what
like
you're saying.
If you had to share, if your shift lined up with Gretzky's and you had to constantly go up against Gretzky's, there was a guy here from town that got a cup of coffee up there and got into a fight with Gretzky.
For those who don't know, Tommy's trying to sound sports cool now. A cup of coffee is slang for played a little while in the NHL.
I've lived here 30 years.
No, I know, but like you
don't think I picked up 7 pieces of hocky?
No, based on how you speak about everything else, no, I don't believe that.
I forgot what I was going to say.
What are you doing to me all the time? Oh, I was going to say things.
So he got into he got into a fight with Gretzky, and like the entire team came down on him.
Oh yeah, you know.
Yeah. But
like his own team, you're saying?
No.
The other team. Okay, gotcha.
I guess it would have been the Oilers at the time.
Okay.
And he got a call up, and this guy wasn't even really a brawler. Got into a fight with Gretzky, and he was even like saying, "I can't believe I'm punching Wayne Gretzky." Like he couldn't believe his career.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
But he had that out of like body surreal moment where he couldn't believe he not only got up in the NHL, he was punching him.
Yeah, that would be nuts.
And he connected, like he punched him.
That's what I'm saying.
Like to the point where the Oilers wanted to kill him because you didn't touch that guy.
And I guess that's what I'm getting at here. Again, Isaiah Stewart, McQuaid graduate, Rochester kid, plays for the Detroit Pistons. He's been 22 years old, been in the league a couple of years, just signed a 4-year, $64 million contract. The kid can play.
Yeah.
He's got a physical rivalry with LeBron James, tried to murder him after LeBron cut him with an elbow last year. Last night, they have a little back and forth again. Even though you've been in the league this long, even though you have this history with LeBron James, I would have to think that even now you look at that at times in your head and go, that's LeBron James that just wants to, he's trying to embarrass me in front of
I don't know.
But does he have such an ego? Like, these guys have to have massive ego.
Sure.
I mean, even like this Stu dude, right?
Well, I
Beef Stew. You
also-
mean like when you're out there playing ball?
Like, you got to
yeah.
think you're like, I'm as good as this guy.
But I also wonder if those.
Maybe not, but in his head,
I don't know. I don't know who can look at LeBron and be like, I'm as good as LeBron.
I would think anybody that's going to compete against him has to think, I can beat this guy's ass tonight. Why else would you be there?
Okay.
Old man.
Right?
But I also wonder though, because you know how like sometimes you hold some like you look up to that person your whole life and then they kind of ruin it for you.
Okay.
No.
So it could be one of those situations where this person isn't what I thought they were.
Ooh.
And now, maybe you lose all of that. Like you're not starstruck anymore because now this person's just a dick.
That's another good question because there's two ways this could be going down, right? With Isaiah Stewart and LeBron James and them not liking each other. You know, you see all the time like these players that get into it with each other on the field, and then after the game they're like the best of friends. Like you know, it was no big deal. You see that
Exchange jerseys.
exactly. You see that in hockey a ton.
Yeah.
Right. Like, is this a situation where when you're inside the lines of the court, you don't like him, but getting off the court, it's still LeBron James? Or right, like Kimmy, are you a 22-year-old guy that watched this guy play your whole life, idolized him, and now you realize, wait a minute, this guy's a dick?
Yeah.
Because we've seen stories where like new guys in the league like will go ask somebody for like an autograph. Hey, can you sign this for my kid or something? And they get denied, and then they just like, well, I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Do you think it makes it easier to play against a guy when you realize you don't like them personally, or does it make it harder because your whole world has fallen apart?
I would argue probably easier.
Yeah,
Like,
if you hate him?
You have the extra motivation.
Oh, you would think, right?
It would mess with your head, though.
Yeah.
I loved you. I loved you. You did this to me. I got here because I followed you and you did this to me. Like, I wouldn't even know what to do. If I got to that level of that person, you know, level isn't we're playing in the same
Right.
league, right? And I'm looking at myself as your peer and you still treat me like a piece of crap, it would be devastating, even if I'm making $64 million over 4 years.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't like it.
But does it really, but also does it count like for Stu Dude?
Isaiah Stewart.
That you're pushing around this old guy. Because LeBron's old now. He's been in the league 20 years.
He's still playing really well.
But he's still old.
Yeah.
And he isn't what he was.
Well, but he didn't start it. LeBron started it. Like, in all seriousness,
I
it's
know.
not like Isaiah Stewart went out of his way, found an old guy, punched him in the
No,
face. Like,
all right.
LeBron hit him with an elbow and cut him open.
But it might have been, yeah.
No, I saw the video. I don't know if it wasn't an accident. He was being a dick.
But like, did his teammates go, man, what are you picking on that old dude for, man? Leave him alone.
So here's the funniest thing of last night. The Pistons are a very, very young team. LeBron James is 38, 39.
So he's the same. He's like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
Same
he's up
age.
there. Yeah.
Remember, Aaron Rodgers looks way older for some reason.
38.
All right, so LeBron's 38. Yeah. By the way, that Aaron Rodgers story yesterday. So there's no way he's going to play. Like, he's the most attention-whorry. It doesn't matter.
Right.
LeBron's 38.
Yeah.
The average age of the Detroit Pistons, I think, is 21.2 years old.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, though, right?
So, but yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like, you know, nobody on that team's gonna be like, "Oh, how do you do that to that legend?" They're gonna be like, "Kick his ass! We're a bunch of kids, kick his ass!"
So he's been on in the league almost as long as these kids have been on the earth.
Yes, yeah,
Yep.
he may have been playing
Because
longer.
wait, he came out of high school.
Yeah.
So he's got over 20 years.
Yeah.
So in 2003 was when he was drafted.
So he's been in 20 years.
Yep.
All right.
So there are kids on that Pistons team that
They were
were
So
not
top
Isaiah
alive.
Stewart was 1.
Yeah, well, 2 years old. He's 22.
Yeah.
Think about that. Looking at some baby one day is going to punch you.
You got punched by a baby.
What are you looking at, baby?
Well, look, I mean, if you want to talk about how long he's been in the league and the influence LeBron has had, his son Bronny, who had a medical issue.
Yeah. How is he?
He's
back?
he's good. He's going to play for USC this year, but it's possible, depending on the season he has, that he plays in the NBA with his son next
So
year.
that's
So has
that's
that
been
ever
the goal,
happened?
right? They're
Yeah.
going to be teammates.
That's what he wants to do. I'm sorry.
Has that ever happened before?
I don't think it's happened in the NBA. It's happened in Major
Gordie
League
Howe,
Baseball and in hockey.
Baseball.
Didn't
yeah.
Gordie Howe play with both his sons at one
On
point?
the same line.
Like in Houston or something?
No, it was in Hartford.
Oh.
Might have been. Yeah, I think it was Hartford.
I tell you when it comes to mine, but he was like ancient.
I don't believe there's ever been a father-son team in the NBA.
Not that I can remember.
I mean, it's happened a couple of times with the Bonzes, the Griffeys, and Major
But
League
it
Baseball.
couldn't happen in the NFL.
NFL.
FFL.
Is that, are you talking about Canadian
Yeah.
football?
The old
hey, you going to watch the NFL? Well, let's think about that. I mean, Frank Gore, remember running back Frank Gore played for the Bills for a season?
No.
He was an NFL legend. He could be a Hall of Famer. He's like third all-time in rushing.
Frank Gore?
Okay.
Sounds like a guy that was on Batman.
Okay.
His son is about to graduate from college, and he retired Frank Gore like 2 seasons ago. So if he was able to hold on, he may have been able to pull that off.
Oh. What position? Frank Gore?
Running back. His son is also running back.
All right.
But I'm saying, yeah, it would almost be impossible based on how physical football
Yeah,
is.
yeah. You just fall apart.
Unless it's like a kicker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or Tom Brady.
Well, that too. Well, no, because even his kids they're not even,
Yeah.
right? They're high school kids right now.
Yeah, he didn't get busy early. He didn't.
Didn't get busy early.
I will say this, it could happen in the NHL because those guys tend to marry young and stick with those chicks. Am I right?
I mean, they used to do it that way. I don't think they do it that way. I don't know.
Not anymore?
No, now that I'm thinking about
Some
it,
of
there's
these
3
farm
singles that
kids-
just got married at like 21.
Yeah.
And they're
right?
kids, so it could happen for that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
because those kids could grow up with their old man.
Yeah, but
play.
the NHL long guys aren't there anymore. They're not playing into their late 30s anymore.
They don't?
No. It's a young people's league, baby.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
it's
right.
pretty rare.
So with that being said, I can't wait for the next time the Pistons play the Lakers
Yeah.
so I can watch Isaiah Stewart try to murder LeBron James and vice versa.
They'd have to make it one of those holiday marquee games.
No, the Pistons are terrible.
Oh, they're not good?
No, they're 2-15, 16.
Oh, Jesus.
They lost 14 straight games at one point, I
What's
think.
this Stu doing?
Yikes.
Well, he can play. It's just they're young.
Yeah,
They're
no,
young.
yeah, all right. I thought they were like good.
No. We got a Dynamite. No.
You ain't good.
You got to break a fight
You
this
lousy
morning.
Stu.
Here on
Bad Stu.
just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7. Also just after 7. It's a big day here in the break room.
It's a big day.
Well, I mean, it's rare. We're talking about local celebrity here. Isaiah Stewart, McQuaid graduate playing in the NBA. That's great. But there is a connection to someone in this room who is now going to be a massive celebrity in Rochester.
Wow.
Because even Isaiah Stewart, with a $64 million contract and nationally televised games against NBA legends, he's never been in a calendar with his shirt off.
Never got a calendar.
But there's someone in this room whose husband now has that.
Damn.
A sexy calendar.
Wow.
And we got to look at it. And oh boy, I did. You ever looked at it yet?
I've not seen it yet.
Oh boy, is it sexy. Kimmy,
Yeah,
you are extremely proud of this.
I am.
Yeah, come on.
Very
man.
excited about it.
And that's great.
Everybody's getting a calendar for Christmas.
But I feel like you haven't thought this all the way through.
I don't want to think it all the way through.
Well, no, but look, there are
Like
situations.
the future.
I feel like you're going to ruin this for me.
Look, no, I'm not trying to ruin it. I just want to make sure you understand situations that you will absolutely be put in because of what happened here. And it's better that you walk through it now in your head than it surprises you like a LeBron James elbow over your eye.
All right.
All right.
We'll get to that and a whole bunch more just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Plus, a whole bunch more, like I said. But first, Tommy,
What's going on?
holiday season equals drinking.
Oh, yeah.
And you got to be safe, man. Look,
I got started last night.
DWIs go up a ton this time of year. People going into work hungover, and that's not good. So if there was only a product that would make you not drunk instantly.
I mean, I've drank, but I ain't drunk.
You got it.
That's impossible.
Or you've been drunk, and I take this, and I'm no longer drunk.
And it snaps you out.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's like $1 billion idea.
Well, get ready for $1 billion idea.
No.
Look, man, there are a lot of people backing this up. There is no way this is real.
You think it's a fake?
It sounds way too good to be true.
I just don't know how it would be possible.
Yeah.
Where's the ad for it?
We'll get into it.
There's got to be some side effects.
I'll take them.
Really? Depending?
I'm getting side effects of what I'm doing now.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. The problem?
What's the problem?
You're drunk and you don't want to be.
No.
The solution? Well, forever it's been just waited out.
Yeah.
Where you got to sober
Everybody's had like those like cures that don't work.
None of them do, right? You hear
Yeah.
coffee doesn't do anything.
No.
The only thing, workout that doesn't do anything.
Coconut water.
Yeah, the only...
No.
You just did it.
I love coconut water. Coconut water works because it hydrates you.
No, but it doesn't make you sober.
No, it doesn't do that.
Okay, well, there is now a product that claims if you are drunk
I'm drunk right now.
and you need to know, I don't doubt that, and you don't want to be drunk anymore,
I got to go home. How do I get home?
they can fix it.
What is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. Look, you had your chance to make a bunch of money. And your store served a purpose, a legitimate purpose for a long time. So much so that even though they were openly breaking the law, flaunting this criminal activity, police and authorities left you alone. That free ride is over. And Kimmy, the fact that we keep seeing these stories in our area is blowing my mind.
Yeah, was this an old one, though, or was this a recent one?
This is recent, the way I understand it.
Okay.
Right.
But I did love their names.
We'll get into it.
Oh!
Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to a new product
How much? What do I get?
called the Safety Shot.
The safety shot?
The Safety Shot claims it can reduce your blood alcohol content by half in 30 minutes.
Man, so I think take that final shot, chill, and you're good.
Cut you in half. This is what they say. So they say it cuts your BAC while eating and rehydration and recovery throughout a tailored section of all natural vitamins and minerals and neuropics, helping to get drinkers out of an intoxicated state and enhance mental clarity.
Bro, if this really works, you rich.
Okay. So they say the idea behind this is to reduce emergency room visits from binge drinking.
Okay.
But they're sure as hell laying on how
Yeah.
important it can be to have something like this when you're out drinking for the night.
You ain't kidding.
So you just said if this works,
It's $1 billion idea.
there is no way this works, right?
I'm thinking if it does do what it says it does, there has to be some kind of drawback to it. Like there has to be some weird side effect
Well, like you
have
grow
to
like
deal
a
with.
third ear in the middle of your forehead.
I don't know. It just seems way too good to be true.
I know. But like if if it cuts you in half, it doesn't say you could still be half and be drunk.
Yeah. Like you could still.
could take you
it'd
down.
Still
Okay.
be in your system.
Don't be a sucker.
And you could be out.
sucker. You sound like such a sucker.
What?
Like you want to believe it, so
Yes.
you're buying all the way in, and you didn't even know this existed until a second ago.
I'm in.
I also think I wonder if you're just past a point though where it works.
What does that even mean?
Like if you're so drunk that like it doesn't. I mean,
Well, you're
even
too
if
high.
you cut it in half, you're still pretty
Well, that
drunk.
was my point. That was my
Yeah.
point. If
Oh,
you're-
okay.
It cuts in wherever you're at in half.
Yeah.
You still may be not legal to drive.
Okay, but let's talk
Oh
about
no,
that.
I wouldn't even. I wasn't even thinking of it from that point. But
Because that's what you really care about is getting pulled over.
Or your friends just gone. Like I would think this is something that you'd have to make somebody who's too drunk drink,
Yeah.
just so they're not annoying anymore.
Okay, so they want $5 per 12-ounce can.
That's it?
That's it.
How?
Which also leads to me being suspicious of this thing working. Because you're right. If this thing worked, you could charge $50 and people would buy it.
Yeah, probably.
The fact that it's only $5 makes you go, wait a minute. So here's the thing.
So who's making it?
It's some company I've never heard of before.
Well, they're usually pretty good, these new outfits.
And it's also being advertised or endorsed by like MMA fighters, which also throws up a massive red flag for me.
But those guys train like crazy.
Yeah.
They care about their bodies.
They're also all insane. Like I will
Yeah.
never buy anything from an MMA fighter or
a lot
boxer.
of energy drinks.
Yeah.
I would
stuff
buy
like
some
that.
from Conor McGregor.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Whenever I see all natural as part of a pitch, I immediately think scam. Immediately.
It's organic.
Well, I would just think it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, which would
Like,
be a scam.
Ain't got
my
enough
fear with
chemicals in
this
it to
is
give you
more-
that pop.
My fear isn't that it doesn't do anything. My fear is what is it doing that I don't know about.
Okay, that I understand.
Yeah.
I would take some side effects to not get a DWI.
Okay, but like that's just it. They don't out and out say you can drive with this thing, but they infer it. So that also makes me suspicious. So when somebody gets a DWI, they'd be like, well, we never said it's going to not get you DWI. We said it was going to aid in rehydration and reduce BAC throughout a tailored selection of all natural vitamins, minerals, neuropics to help get drinkers out of an intoxicated state. Like whenever I see all natural, they're essentially saying we can't explain to you why it works, but it's just nature.
Doing its thing, man. You know, Mother Nature's got her own ways.
Would you try it?
Oh, yeah.
You're an idiot.
Why not?
You're an idiot. What do you mean, why not? Kenny just gave you the why not.
What's the why not? Side
I'm
effects?
gonna let it hang out there for a while. You know what I mean? Give it a few years, see what
Years?
Yeah,
I don't
you
have
gotta
years
give
of
it
drinking left.
see how
gotta go
other
now.
people react to it first, and then maybe I'll give it a try.
At your age, I 100% wouldn't try this.
Oh, for God's sake.
Are you kidding me right now?
One can of soda.
Hey, this is... Well, I can't believe...
What's going to happen to me if I keep drinking anyway? See, I look at it this way. As a heavy drinker, what I got to lose?
Okay, so let me give you
I've been beating this thing up for 30 years, baby.
Let me give you, but longer than 30 years. Let me give you a side-by-side. Because there are other products like this we've seen in the past that
Like
were actually
what?
wildly dangerous. So, like, you would think obesity is a major problem.
Yeah, they got that new pen you just stick yourself and you
It's
skin
not
it.
new. It's just being used in a different way.
Ozempic or something?
Ozempic. And by the way, they haven't been using it long enough with weight loss to know what those long-term side effects are. That's what it was. Wasn't what I was talking about. There was a pill a couple of years ago, like 20 years ago, that contained what was called ephedrine. You guys remember this?
Fen-phen.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was one of them.
I knew people that took it.
And it was, quote, all natural.
Yeah.
Well, it caused massive heart problems. In fact, it killed a couple professional athletes that were taking
It would really race your heart.
to the point where they had to take it off the market.
It was like speed.
But, like, yes, essentially. But, okay, I don't want to say that because I'm not a chemist. I don't want people to call up and be like, well, actually.
Well, it was like, like my mother's generation, they used to take what they would call diet pills.
Okay.
They were straight up speed. They would just speed up your metabolism. It was like having 20 cups of coffee and you forgot to eat.
So the point that I'm making is, right, like ephedrine was, quote, all natural, and it was something you could go buy at, like, GNC. So people were like, how bad could it be?
Right.
And then folks started dying, and it was like, oh, that's why. So when I see stuff like this, that's the first thing I think of. And I'm
Right.
not saying that's
Instant
going to
death.
do it to you,
Yeah.
but I don't want to be trying it in the first 5 years. Like, I want to give it a good 5 years to see what happens to
Let
people.
it work itself out.
Exactly. And, like, the only way, again, we're talking about this new product. It's called the Safety Shot. It claims that it can cut your blood alcohol content in half while you're drunk in 30 minutes through natural vitamins, minerals, and neuropics. The only way, Tommy, you would know if it's really working is to have an actual breathalyzer with you when you drink it.
Yeah.
Because,
But you can buy them, right?
yeah, you can. But, like, if you don't have a breathalyzer with you, just by drinking it,
You just have to go by feeling alone.
Yeah.
but you're going to feel like you're more sober because
Yeah.
you want it to work.
Like that
True.
placebo effect.
And feeling sober is a great way to end up arrested for a whole bunch of different reasons.
You could.
And that feels like the most dangerous part of this product is people obviously aren't going to, once they hear what they want to hear, they're
Yeah.
going to go, done. I'm going to buy it, get behind the wheel of a car, kill somebody, kill yourself, or get a DWI.
I also wonder if, let's say this thing works and is not dangerous, everything works out, it does exactly what it says it's going to do. You may get more unhealthy because you may drink more.
Oh, good point.
Knowing that this is an option. Like, I'm thinking every time you have like one of those 1 to 2 day hangovers, you're like, I'm going to stop with booze for a while because
Right,
you're just
yeah.
like, I don't want to do this again. I need to give myself some time to recover. If I drink and I know that that's an option, I might drink like 10 times more because I don't have to deal with like
Russian
that
drunk.
reminder every now and then.
No, she makes a great point. Like, Tommy, you have a governor on you, well, because your wife, for one, but also because you have to get up early and do a job.
And I've also been arrested a few times.
So that
Kind of helps.
if you have this product, you don't have that governor anymore.
Party.
Yeah. Dying, dead,
Partying.
Tommy. Party in a coffin. Who's coming to Tommy's funeral? It's a party funeral. From all the drinking. And, like, it also, the other thing that is making me nervous about this product, Kimmy, it seems like they're pitching it towards college kids and 20-somethings.
And that would be, I guarantee you would buy it the most.
Yes.
Well, those
Yeah.
are the kids you see with all the horrible stories.
Okay, but-
I'm drinking tonight. I've got early class tomorrow. I have a test tomorrow. So I'll just drink and I'll take this and I'll be fine.
But those are also people that are most likely to just
To
believe
die.
at face,
Oh, yeah.
believe at face value that this is going to work.
Well, the perfect example of that was the Four Locos. Right? Like
Oh, yeah.
everybody jumped on that the second the original ones came out and everybody's like, "Oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea."
I don't know, man. Like, this makes me feel wildly uncomfortable. And I hope I'm wrong, because if it works, I'm with you.
Oh, man, between this, the driverless car, it's all coming up roses, baby.
With the driverless car, you don't need
Yeah,
this.
you wouldn't need that.
No, you're right. You are right.
You just
Calm
want to
down.
Well, I still had to get in the car, though, without on my hands and knees.
If you're so drunk you can't get in the driverless car,
I've been there.
okay. Look, all I'm saying is, because we didn't get any phone calls from anyone who's tried this yet, Which
Well,
is
you said it's kind of new, right?
well, it's been around for a couple of months, from what I
yeah,
understand.
but that's not very much.
You're right, but it sounds like this started as like one of those like social media direct
Yeah.
advertising things, which is another reason why it makes me wildly suspicious.
But everybody's doing social media now, so you got all the good stuff.
Okay, but again, like it checks all the boxes of like all natural, endorsed by kind of fringe celebrities, available only online, spam emails.
What was Red Bull's hook?
I mean,
'Cause
that's just an energy drink.
That was just straight up energy.
Yeah.
It didn't do
Yeah.
anything for you. Just gave you more energy.
Gives you wings.
Yeah.
All right.
But even that, like, I'm afraid to drink now.
Really?
Well, yeah, because every time I drank it, it felt like it was eating the inside of my stomach.
It does have it's got that taste to it, and it's like that vitamin taste.
And if you ain't ready for that taste,
Yeah.
it is shocking. I told you what happened to me. I grabbed the wrong drink, and somebody had like a Red Bull and
Yeah.
something, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I thought I drank like a cleaning product.
It's not that bad.
Oh, if you're not
well, the
ready
color
for
of it too.
if you think that's going to be Scotch and it's Red Bull and vodka and something else, oh my god!
Well, let's go from one intoxicating substance to another.
What do you got?
Well, marijuana is now legal
Oh yeah, buddy.
for personal use here in New York State, and we're starting to see licensed marijuana shops pop up around the greater Rochester area and all points beyond. Licensed marijuana
Yeah,
shops.
these are legit ski.
Yeah, because there was a time,
There was a time.
Tommy, where these shops with licenses couldn't open yet,
Right.
and pot was still legal and people had nowhere to buy it. So places started showing up to fill a need that was there.
Yeah, jumping on it.
Yeah, you got it. And for a while, authorities looked the other way, and everyone was kind of okay with it. That time is over.
Oh yeah.
And we've known that time has been over for a long time. So when you continue to see stories like this in our area, it's mind-blowing.
Hey, I was kind of shocked to hear this morning.
We'll tell you what went down in the town of Greece, and we'll do it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. for a while, there was a legitimate argument as to why these illegal businesses should be operating.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, yes, they were breaking the law, but at the same time, they were providing a service that the state wasn't yet.
Yeah.
Despite legalizing this. Then, as the licensed shops started to open, that argument disappeared.
Yeah.
And the state went to work shutting these places down. And oh my God, if you own one of these places, why are you not getting out of the game right now?
But were they still making big money?
Okay,
Because that would be the only reason to stick around to your point is if you were still getting money.
yeah, you can make big money until you're not anymore.
Well, that's how it works.
And they take all that money and you go to jail.
Especially in
that
this
could-
town, seems like they've been cracking down the hardest. These are the biggest stories we've heard.
But other than that,
Yeah.
you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, it's about to get a lot more sexy in here.
Ooh.
Yeah. Because
Who's coming in?
someone in this room.
This sexless room.
Well, yeah, I'd hope so.
No, I mean it's sexy.
Yeah, no, way to go. Someone in this room is now married to a Rochester sex symbol.
Damn, a
And-
beefcake.
And that's right. And everybody listening can go and buy this and hang it on their wall. And you are very proud of your husband.
I
You should.
Because you haven't thought this all the way through.
Yeah, go ahead, ruin it for me.
Look, I just want you to be prepared for what definitely will be coming down the line.
right.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. 2 people in the town of Greece have been arrested after police searched 2 smoke shops and found more than just some rolling papers.
What did they find?
According to authorities, 2 28-year-old men are facing charges when they say in those 2 retail shops, a private residence and a warehouse, they found 150 pounds of actual marijuana. Cannabis.
Wait, 150 pounds?
Yeah, they did the police picture where they like put it
Yeah.
up. Pretty big pile of pot.
Wait, that ain't all.
No. They say they also found cannabis-infused products and equipment for manufacturing edibles and candies. Question, sidebar.
So they could make their own candy?
That's what it sounds like.
Oh.
Are those illegal to have? Because, I mean,
What,
if I could make...
stuff to make
Yeah.
it, you're saying, like the ingredients?
Well, you
I
got
don't
to be
know, it's a good
licensed to
question.
make it. I
Well,
guess,
no, you have to be
and sell it.
licensed
Well,
to
but
sell
you
it.
can make it without. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like, I can't... Can I make my own edibles? Is
Like
that
at your
illegal?
house?
Yeah, it's for my own
Probably
personal
so. But
consumption.
if you look like you're
That I get.
manufacturing to sell,
The
then,
amount of it, maybe.
Yeah.
That I get.
And they had a warehouse?
They had a warehouse. They
2 shops.
private residence, 2 shops. One of the shops was called the G Spot.
Such an evil
That's a
laugh.
great name, though, man. Come on.
So both men
Yeah.
have been charged with criminal possession of cannabis, and there is a twofold problem for these gentlemen.
What's up?
First off, as far as we know, they do not have a state-issued license to sell marijuana,
Okay.
which you need to do legally here in the state. And before you call the show, we know that you can have personal marijuana for personal consumption legally, but not more than 3 ounces per person. And I'm not great at math, but I think 150 pounds is more than 3
You're a
ounces.
little over. Yeah.
Even if you split it in half. Okay. But the second thing, even if they had a license, that wouldn't matter here, Tommy.
Right.
Greece is one of the towns that voted against allowing dispensaries
Oh, wait,
back.
they're out?
Yeah, in 2021.
Damn, they losing.
And both of the retail locations were located in Greece.
And it
according to
makes
police.
sense. They're
Yeah.
servicing a weed desert.
Weed desert. I like that.
Yeah.
But think about that, man. And it kind of shows you how bad Greece screwed up in this.
I agree with
It doesn't
you.
make any sense to me.
How much revenue they've lost by not embracing it.
Look, I'm with you 100%, but
And I'm even making the Italian hand gesture while I say this.
even licensed places can't operate within the limits of the town. So if the
Yeah.
allegations are true, odds are these guys knew that.
Yeah.
Which makes this story nuts. Because it makes no sense why these stores keep operating like this.
It had to be the Lord making so much money,
But
Pat.
Tommy, let's talk
Did
about
they mention
that.
how much cash? Did they grab any cash?
They don't
in
have
this
cash
season?
in this
All right.
season.
Usually they always
seizure.
say like they find a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, where places like this filled a
Oh, yeah.
need. Yes, they were illegal by the letter of the law, but marijuana was legalized in New York State for personal
Right.
consumption, and there was nowhere to buy it. So the licensed shops had yet to open. So it seems like, and Kimmy, you can back me up on this, state and local authorities looked the other way when these shops started selling marijuana illegally.
Right.
And these
Yeah,
places...
I would think just how quickly they came down on these places, they had to know that they were there
Exactly.
for,
Coming down on the
for at least
G-spot, yeah.
a short period of time.
Well, they were coming down hard on it.
And Kimmy, these places 2 years ago, they were operating all over the place, way out in the open, signs advertising what they were selling, and there were no repercussions.
Yeah.
But then the licensed places started to open up. And these are licensed places, people that spent a lot of money on the licenses, people that spent a lot of money on product, people that spent a lot of money renting buildings that they couldn't even fill because they weren't legally allowed to sell marijuana.
Yeah.
And the state began cracking down on the illegal shops. And to give credit to the state here, they warned all of these places.
Yeah.
They all got warnings, like official warnings, before they actually raided them, right?
They were sent letters saying, we know you're doing this, stop. And even before that, they came out in the media and said, if you run one of these places, we're going to find you, we're going to crack down. In fact, the town of Greece, on its own, the police department came out and said, if you run a shop in this town, we're going to shut you down. They've been shutting down a ton. And then they started raiding people.
Okay.
So you knew it was coming.
Well, and especially to your point earlier, in Greece, you can't even make the argument we were waiting to get our license because you wouldn't have been able to operate there anyways.
And by the way, if you're operating illegally, I'm assuming the state is not going to grant you a license.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were probably on the outs.
So for a while, these places were allowed to make money. They were allowed to get out of the game with their money. Places selling illegally knew they were breaking the law and that eventually the state was coming, yet we keep seeing these places getting busted.
But, like, it's hard to get out of the game, I'm guessing, if I've still got 150 pounds, you said, of weed.
All the product.
I've got all this manufacturing equipment. How do I recoup my costs? Well, stay in business till we burn out our inventory.
Okay, well, so I get what you're saying there. There's a couple options.
It's like we're going out of business sale at the furniture store.
You could go underground, which is also very illegal.
Right.
And I'm not here to tell you to break the law, but you know when you do that, you know what you don't do? You don't have a big sign that says...
have a storefront.
Exactly. Yes, the police don't have the opportunity to come in undercover and purchase marijuana and then come back in and raid you. Right?
But, like...
And to your point, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, what do we do now? Listen, even if you have all this product lying around that you spent money on, all the money that you made from selling illegal marijuana, they're going to find. Odds are they're going to find it. So you'll be out even the stuff that you made before this.
But your hands may be tied. So let's say I got 150 pounds of weed.
Okay.
Well, I bought that from somebody.
Sure.
They want their money. And if I don't have that money, I got to sell this to not piss that dude off. So you could technically have a gun to your head saying we got to unload this stuff.
I'm going to guess with these retail shops, and I could be wrong. To your point, we don't know how this operates.
Yeah.
That this isn't like a cartel situation. This is I've bought this from somebody. This is my marijuana. I own it, and now I'm selling.
All right, but they may owe. They may owe.
But that makes you.
You got to pay. Oh, you come up short this way? F you, pay me. Ping pow.
How many of these? Oh no, it's the same movie. I'm sorry. 252 WCMF.
But they're all the same theme. Pay me. And keep your mouth shut.
252 WCMF 2529263. Two 28-year-old men are facing charges after police say they raided two retail shops in Greece, a private residence, and a warehouse. They found 150 pounds of actual marijuana, cannabis-infused products, and equipment for manufacturing edibles and candies. It looks like these two guys were running smoke shops that were selling marijuana out of these smoke shops. They've been charged with criminal possession of cannabis. And again, you had all this time to make money. You had the opportunity to take your money and run.
Yeah.
Like, try to take a second to wrap your head around that. The state knew these people were making money illegally. They allowed them to operate until the license places showed up, and then they even told them, you've made your money, you can go. Can you think of another time in American history where the government has
just said, hey, cut it out.
Yes, we know you made money, you can keep the money, just stop doing it now. And some people were like, no!
But it kind of shows you, too, the power of greed. To your point, like, it's hard to give up that money when it's so easy to make.
Okay.
And yeah, if you have the wherewithal to stop and the self-control, but man, if I'm making a lot of money over here, it's hard to give it up.
Okay,
and it could also be a false sense of if they find it, they're just going to give me a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, it could be that.
You know what I mean? Because I mean, you know how like whenever we talk about marijuana, people would say all these laws that we could not confirm,
yes,
right?
Yeah, potheads love making up laws.
So it could be like one of those situations where, well, I heard this person over here was doing it, but they said, they just came in and took our stuff and left, like just they weren't getting correct information or only wanted to believe a certain story.
I got two counterpoints to that, but before I get to those, could you do me a favor? We're so lame. Could you Google what it costs to buy 150 pounds of marijuana? Thank you. I appreciate that.
So is that retail or wholesale?
Well, let's
Or on the cartel on the market. You want street value?
we'll get a number and then we'll break it down from there.
So I'm going to buy a bale and I'm going to sell it for retail. That's what we're looking for.
That's what I'm looking. Well,
So
what
what
it's
it would
going to
cost
cost
me?
them to buy the 150 pounds
All
of marijuana. Excuse me. So your argument initially is a good businessman can't walk away from money.
It's hard.
Okay. I'm going to make the argument that you're a bad businessman because this business was not sustainable. And a smart businessman would have cut and run. So even if you were able to stay in
You are
business, maybe you're not the best businessman that's going to be successful with this venture.
But it's hard when you're, everybody's got a money Jones, right? We all do. We all get up for money.
Yes.
We all bound to the green God.
Oh, shut up.
We do. We're a slave to it. It's hard to give it up. I can understand their motivation.
No, the motivation is fine. It's the look. If you want to make that argument, why are we not all out robbing a bank this morning?
Not robbing banks.
No, but I'm saying, like, my motivation for money is big. Are you going to justify if I take a gun, walk into a bank, hold it to somebody, and go, "Hey, give me all your money"? I'm not hurting anybody.
All right, that's extreme. But this was kind of on the Legitsky side of things.
No, it wasn't.
The lighter side of dark business.
It's
Can we agree on that?
No, we can't. It's the opposite of
So
that.
dark over here, kind of gray, coming into the morning.
Shut up.
It's very
What are you doing,
dimly
Reagan?
lit,
Now, what are you doing?
dark business.
I don't think these people are bad people
I
for
don't
selling
either.
marijuana. I think they're dumb.
I
That's what
don't
I'm
even
saying.
think
It's
they're
dumb.
dumb.
The state gives you 4 warnings, says keep your money, and you go, "I'll show them. I'll just keep doing it." If the allegations are true, of course.
And they probably had loyal customers. Think about those poor people that
Yeah.
are living in this weed desert. Because I'm trying to think, if you live in Greece, what's the nearest town you? Because Gates
Around
is
the
out.
City of Rochester.
Irondequoit, I think, too.
Yeah.
But I think the only
Yeah, but I got
legal...
to fight all that crosstown traffic.
One of these
getting
stores was
over
on
the
Stone
bay.
Road. One of these stores was on Stone Road. It's a literal 5-minute drive
But
into
I
the
think
city.
the only legal store is still that one on East Ave.
Yes, and I get it. But
Yeah.
even that, let's say, like, oh my God, I got to drive a whole 10 minutes
Yeah.
from Stone Road to East Ave. All right, Kimmy, what do we got for a price of
So it looks
150
like
pounds?
in general is about a little over $1,000 a pound. So
To buy it to sell.
it says, yeah,
All right.
wholesale.
Okay, so they had 150 pounds according to police. So they could be in for $150,000.
That's a ton.
It is.
man.
So
Yeah.
you go, well, what am I supposed to do with all of it? Hey, guess what?
I guess you could donate it to the Red Cross or something.
They're now out, if the allegations are true, $150,000.
That's on the wholesale end. That's not what they could have made off of it.
I mean, again, we don't know. But whatever it is, whether it's more or slightly
know.
less, you're out 6 figures. Tell me how that's a good business plan.
Well,
You know what I do find funny about this story, and every time we see a story like this, when they show you the photo of everything they collected.
on the table. The
but
big
like
drug table.
somebody like went through and like organized it and made it look like, the most, I guess, shocking as
Yeah.
possible.
You got to make it look like a
Yeah.
lot.
So you know who started that? The Miami-Dade Police Department.
Really?
They came up with that whole idea of getting somebody to come in and
It's
basically
perfectly
staging
organized,
a table
yeah.
to make it to get the most shock when they showed it to people on the news. Like how they would pan the table because they would start with that, but they would build to the guns and then the big pile of money on the end.
It's like
It's Hollywood.
I mean, it is. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. You don't need to do it. But I do appreciate it when I see
It
it.
sticks in your mind, though, to your point, when you see all that money.
No, but it's just an allegation. Like, you're kind of like, it's not very supportive of the American justice system.
No.
Look at what we found here. Check it out. Of course, innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, and there is a man who we all know well, one more than the rest of us,
Oh, really?
who's about to become a sexual icon of Rochester.
Wow.
Women, men across Rochester.
Celeb. He'll be a celeb.
Big time. People hanging this in their kitchens, bedrooms maybe.
What?
Keeping it on this one photo, staring longingly at this man's hairless, sexy chest. And the person connected to this man, you're very proud of him.
yeah, absolutely.
And you should be, and that's great. I just want to make sure, and Tommy and I are here to help you. We're here to help you. That you're fully aware of the situation you're about to encounter.
I'm fully aware.
Oh, the future impact of this situation.
Because, Tommy, there are things that she has not thought through that are going to happen because
I explained to her one off air.
we're going to tell you
I don't remember.
where you can see the sexiest parts of Kimmy's husband and hang him in your house yourself. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. We all want a spouse that looks good. Not just to you, Tommy, but to other people.
Well, it speaks volumes for both of you.
I agree. Yeah.
You landed one.
And there's a nice feeling to having someone on your arm that folks wish they could be with.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that Kimmy knows now all about with her dashing firefighting husband.
Well, she's got legit skis now. She's got documentation.
That's right, because now folks across the greater Rochester area will have an opportunity to feast their eyes on all kinds of parts of Kimmy's husband.
I hear it's a feast, brother.
Because the man she has committed her life to is now the sexiest month of the year. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on, buddy?
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm all flustered by Kimmy's firefighter husband.
Now, you see some man nips, you lose it like you're on meth.
You got to really hurt someone in this room. Something like...
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I look like one of Jimmy Carter's illegitimate grandkids that didn't make the cut for the speeches because I'm just a little illegitimate grandkid-looking little bitch.
Look, that man is so kind. There's no way he has any illegitimate...
Bro, there's something coming. You can't be that nice.
Bro, he's been alive for 100 years.
They're going to find something.
Okay.
There was some side... something.
He wore a quilt of he and his wife at her funeral over his lap.
You know, they kind of gloss over his brother a little bit.
Billy,
who was a disaster.
Okay, now we're getting
and so was his mother.
We take all your pitch voices, we run it back for you. We call it Pitch Voice Theater. Enjoy a Billy beer and listen here on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm scared of... and I'm scared of Kimmy's dad, so I won't make any Kimmy mom jokes, but I just...
She also has a nice mother.
Bitch. My mom's not nice?
Oh, she's nice. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I had to get out of my car and scrape my window this morning, even though I didn't want to, because I was so cozy in my little car chair, because I'm Pat Duffy. I'm an ice scraping little bitch.
Oh, you rich ass bitch. Oh, I live in Pittsburgh and I'm not rich, but I walk around with fancy boots on.
Oh, I'm Kimmy. Pat gets to go to Kansas City and have fun with the corporate boys, but I can't go because I didn't get an offer because I got to stay here with a shack-a-wearing little bitch.
Oh, I'm Tommy, and I claim to hate board games, even though I look like I just stepped out of one today. Because I'm a Jumanji-looking little bitch.
2018, I graduated from Alfred University with a sports medicine degree.
Honestly, it's been a lot of fun. We hit over 10,000 subscribers this month.
That goddamn shop.
Oh, that's it. That's all you got to say.
That's all I got.
I'm because I'm saying things about my coworker thinking she'll never get back, which I will because I know that her husband checks into the show sometimes. And then I say my wife tried to make it better, but now I can't insult my wife because I'm a scared ass bitch ass little bitch. Bitch ass bitch. I was in the gym yesterday morning.
Oh, you working out?
You guys don't even have a right plan together.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
Kimmy's husband is in the sexy firefighters
Wow,
calendar.
congratulations.
Right. Yep. He made the cut.
Okay, so for those who are unfamiliar, every year there is a firefighters calendar that's put out to raise money for different charities. This year, what's the charity, Kimmy?
I believe it's a secondhand rescue and School of the Holy Childhood.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can buy these calendars of
And do some good.
Yep, sexy firefighters, both
In many ways.
men and women, month by month. And Kimmy, if I wanted to see your husband all sexy like, where could I find this calendar?
Well, they will be selling it at the public market on Saturday morning.
Only the sexiest of the markets. That's right. So Tommy, in his hand, has a copy of the sexy fireman's calendar.
Wow.
Now, what month is your husband?
He's August.
Oh, the sexiest of the months.
Damn.
They picked the palace guy in the calendar to be August.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
well,
that is some Omaha beef right there. Put that in your search calendar.
All right, so Tommy, you have not seen the photo yet.
I know. I'm looking at the cover.
Yep, so you're about to open it up to August.
Oh, I overshot him.
Okay. Yeah, I bet
Much
you
like
did.
Kimmy. All right.
He's getting
Okay. Hey, here he is.
All right, so if you
It
can...
looks great.
Now, we're not allowed to show the photos
Yeah,
yet.
you got to buy the calendar to see the photo.
If you could please describe to the listeners, Tommy, what you are looking at with Kimmy's husband's sexy photo.
All right, so he's shirtless.
Nice.
He is sitting on the front bumper of the fire engine.
Yeah.
And he's holding what looks like some kind of looks like a sledgehammer. You would like bang a window open.
Some kind of tool.
No shirt on, jacked out of his mind. He's got a he's got that uncomfortable. I don't want to smile, but I got a smile.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And tatted up. It looks great.
Yeah. He definitely prepared for this calendar.
He
shoot.
must have worked out like a fiend, man.
So
did.
you said that you had to shave him for this.
Oh yeah. We did the full chest shave and the back shave.
Does that turn you on for a woman to shave a guy?
There is something very satisfying about shaving, like buzzing my husband's back. It's like mowing a lawn.
Right.
And it's just like once you see the final result, you're like, much better.
But is it a? Does it get you going?
To shave? No, it doesn't do anything
Why
for
would
me.
that sexually arouse
Well,
you?
I don't know, because
No.
you're touching your husband, you're grooming him. Like,
Yeah, but I'm just.
if you had to
I'm
shave
using-
your
it's
wife's
like,
legs, you'd get turned on.
I don't think I'd
No.
be turned on by shaving my wife's legs. Those are hairy
You're
legs.
right there.
Those are
That
hairy
would
legs. I
that
could
would
just-
turn you
No,
off.
but you're like, well, I'm not saying she's got not like shaving my nasty ass leg. I don't know.
I
You're
guess I
getting them
never
all
thought
sexed
of
up for
it.
a calendar. I would think that would get you going.
I
By the
feel
way,
like I'm doing a job, so I'm like,
He did. It's phenomenal.
Calm down over there.
Oh, he nailed it.
No,
man.
I mean, look, he's a very, very sexy man. We've talked about this on the air before. All right, so Kimmy,
Yeah.
are you excited about this?
I am. I encouraged him to do it. He was like feeling a little unsure about it, and I'm like, you should definitely do it. Like,
He nailed it.
you're in great shape, and it's something because like you're never going to be in that good a shape again in your life, right?
Okay.
Why do you always got to do that?
She's
man,
not
people?
wrong.
Well, no,
She's
but
not
when
wrong.
you're 65 years old, looking back on your 30-year-old self,
Look at this. Look at
What do
this.
you like
wouldn't
this?
you love to have a Never mind. I'm talking to the wrong person. You and your 30s totally different.
Well, I was just skinny.
Oh, I thought you were a fat guy.
No, he wasn't touching his 40s.
Depends where you caught me in 30s.
Oh, okay.
I had my good 30s and I had my.
But if you had
having way too much fun 30s.
If you had you at your best self, a photo of you.
I was pretty skinny.
All right.
I was just thin. I was
Never mind.
128 pounds. They would have to. I was lighter than that dog that dude's holding.
So, Kimmy,
Yeah.
now that your husband is in this sexy firefighter's calendar,
Yeah.
shirtless, wearing the big firefighter's pants, holding the sledgehammer, or those are his pecs, I can't tell the difference. This doesn't make you uncomfortable in any way?
No.
All right, because there's going to be people oogling your husband, Kimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
They are buying this calendar to have
Yeah.
your shirtless, chiseled husband
Yeah.
adorn their wall, their cubicle, maybe even their bedroom. And there are going to be women, Kimmy, who open up this calendar in the month of August and go, ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who's Mr. August?
They're going to be double clicking that mouse.
Turn out the lights.
Yeah.
You haven't thought about this, have you?
Maybe a little bit, but I'm kind of like, proud.
Okay. So it excites you that other people will be turned on by your husband.
I mean, people hit on my husband in front of me all the time.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't assume you're with him.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I get
But
that.
even going farther down
you
the
would
line.
think that would bother me more.
Going farther down the line.
Yeah.
If you have children, if your brother has kids, so
Yeah.
you're an aunt,
Okay,
uncle.
yeah.
It's going to be funny to see their reaction 20 years from now.
Oh, it'll be embarrassing if
What
that's
are you talking about, sexy Uncle Firefighter?
Like how a kid will process that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing you don't have kids.
Yeah.
No, but you're going to have nieces and nephews.
Yeah,
and
we have
there'd
nieces and
And you
nephews.
may have children. I mean,
I'm sure. I'm saying right now as it's
who
happening.
would want to have a kid with this dude? Man? Come on.
The phone number's
That's a fun, bumpy ride right there.
The phone number's 252 WCMF 252-9263. With Kimmy's husband now in the sexy firefighter's calendar, would most women be okay with their husbands doing something like this? And I get that most women will never be put in this situation because, one, their husbands aren't firefighters, and two, no one would buy a sexy calendar with just husbands in it.
Yes.
But if the opportunity presented itself, would the average wife or girlfriend encourage or discourage their partner from doing this? What do you think?
Well, because the question is, how jealous would she get about him being like, a sex figure?
Yeah.
And
Beefcake, as you
a
put it.
beefcake.
Yeah, sure.
So I would think like most women would be okay with other women finding him attractive and saying that. If that other woman is no threat to your wife.
Ooh!
But because every woman has a frenemy that she just has to play nice with.
Okay.
And if that bitch says something, the claws are coming out.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
I think it's different to your point. not putting like a face to that woman that, would find him attractive. Like somebody that I don't know that sees him on the calendar and finds him attractive. It's not top of mind for me. I don't know what that person is, what they look like. So it would be different if somebody that I know personally said something, I guess.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Because you said you're going to buy a bunch of these and you're going to give them as gifts to friends and family.
Oh, yeah, everybody's getting a calendar for Christmas.
You got to.
Awesome, I get it. But you got a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you give them out at Christmas, a couple weeks later, you're out drinking, holiday stuff, whatever. So one of your girlfriends gets really drunk, friend of yours, right? Oh my God, Kimmy, like I've been looking through all your husband as like the most sexy other guy. I just keep it up, open in August all the time. I'm like, I can't come home.
So it's always summer at her house.
Single woman.
Yeah, that would be weird.
It would bother you? Would that be a friendship ender?
Well, yeah, because she's
know.
basically saying she's getting literally sexually turned on.
Yeah. And that's the point of the calendar. The point of the calendar is to titillate.
You're right. I guess I would just be so surprised.
Okay. All right.
That I'd have to, process that one. That may change my relationship.
What reaction do you want from your mother when she sees this?
My mom?
Because you're going to give her one.
Probably.
Okay. When she opens up the calendar to August and she sees your shirtless, sexy...
Yeah, that would be weird.
Well, no, because I want to know what the best case scenario is. Because she has to compliment him.
I think she
But
would
she might go
brag about her...
mom.
Yes, yeah.
Because moms have a way...
They do. I'm telling you,
of
like, my mom
desexualizing things, but also saying, damn,
All right, so
at the same time.
Can you give me an example?
Well, he must have worked out so hard, and the commitment he must have made to look at that phenomenal. Like, she would, like, mom it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, moms have a way... There's suddenly she's saying something, but she can't come out and say it because she knows better.
Well, she could just open it up and go, damn!
But she can't mom damn.
Yeah.
Mom damn.
Yeah, get mom damn. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, something like that.
252 WCMF. Kimmy's husband is in the Sexy Firefighters calendar. You can purchase the Sexy Firefighters calendar at the public market if you would like to go get Kimmy's shirtless, muscle-wielding, hammer-holding, big old pants and boots calendar on your wall. They're also going to be having events, you said, across the area?
Yeah, so they'll be out and about selling them at different places. But I know for sure. But I know for sure they are at the public market every Saturday.
But these guys are going to be signing these things and stuff.
Oh, I don't know. I guess if you asked them to sign it, they would.
So your husband will sign my copy?
If you want
Because I'm going to hang it over my shoulder on the live stream for the rest of our careers.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I had asked would most women be okay with their husbands doing this, because I don't know. Yeah. But what I do know is most men would despise their wife doing something like this. You
know it because of how guys are.
Doesn't sound like a good guy or a good time at all, right?
Like, your wife's in a calendar.
Yeah.
You can never have that happen.
So how the hell is Kimmy and her group of gender okay with all of this? We're not a Okay, let me take that back. Where the overwhelming majority of men would be like, no, what are you, nuts? You're not going to do this.
Because of how guys be.
Well,
but you don't have guys,
also
though.
that.
Not as bad as... The worst foul-mouthed woman can't come close to some of the people we know. Like if they saw like a bikini-clad wife.
You don't hear women talking when women are alone.
Oh, that's true. They seem to shut up when I'm walking around.
Yeah, and run.
But you don't have guy friends, though, that would almost like put that photo in your face, like this is my wife, and brag about it.
So I had a buddy just years ago when I was a young man, and his wife was a smoke show and always taking Polaroids and stuff. She'd have them all over the house, and she would come out and get all sexed up. He would apologize for how she looked.
Oh,
he would even go, "Hey, fella, I'm so sorry, man. She's walking around with it all hanging out tonight." We're going. Yeah, it's terrible, bro. Better dial that back.
What if it was in her past? That would it bother
mama
you?
for mama?
Yeah,
well,
wouldn't that be something you brag about?
That's different. That's a little different.
Brag.
A little different. It's still bad, but a little different. But if it's a current stuff, like now.
Okay, but bad I think is the wrong word, because I don't want any woman to feel like she can't do something before she's committed to somebody, right? Like, that was none of my business. Everybody's got a pass. And I don't think, to Kimmy's point, like, if you got it, show it. Yeah. But, like, if we're in a relationship, it's not that I don't want you to do this and feel good about yourself. It's all of the complicated things that come after it. For example, like, if my wife did, like, a sexy dermatology calendar, right? Tell me, if I came in with that calendar and go, hey, I got you this, how are you supposed to react to that?
I ain't touching that thing.
Why?
I ain't getting near that.
You don't want to support my wife? I mean,
I'll support you. I'll give you the money to take it back.
Your wife would want to buy it.
I ain't touching it. Huh?
Your wife would want to buy it.
I know.
She's going to hang it in your house. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Your wife, beautiful
anything
woman.
to do with that.
Your wife, a beautiful woman. If she ended up in the Wives of Pathetic Losers calendar, right? Same thing. Like I can't go near that thing.
But yeah, and it's because men are such goddamn pigs.
No, but that's what's so weird about this.
At least
to me.
if there's women that are pigs, they tend to stay over there a little bit.
No, they don't. I think all women have this in them.
But guys
women
don't have
can creep.
Okay, here's the difference. Guys have no filter when it comes to this stuff. They don't know when to hold it back. They don't. Men don't know when to shut the f up.
This is true.
Yeah.
Like they just run.
Well,
their
and they'll make it uncomfortable for everybody.
Where women have the common sense not to do that stuff.
Sometimes.
Okay, but occasionally with women, 100% of the time with men.
We're going to find out with this happening because Kimmy is going to be coming across all kinds of people who buy this calendar solely for her husband. She's giving them to people, for God's sakes. Yeah. There is no way, Kimmy, in your gift giving of calendars of your sexy husband that there will not be an awkward interaction.
It's mostly be family, so.
That is weird to me, Kimmy. What are you doing? Why are you doing that?
They wanted to buy one, so we're like, no, we'll just wait for Christmas. It is weird, I know.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Again, Kimmy's husband is in this year's Sexy Firefighters calendar. He's Mr. August.
Always hot in August, baby.
Rod writes us. This is only
Rod.
Rod. All right, I'm sorry. No, Rod is what you get in that sexy calendar. Ron writes, this is only fair for Kimmy's husband. Kimmy's been in the public eye for years and is a sex symbol herself.
I'll take it.
When was that?
Well, let me ask you this. I will say this.
Yeah.
In your defense.
Okay.
In your defense.
I'm worried about what's going to come out of your mouth.
Because we pick on you so much.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
people have an idea in their mind what they think you look
No,
like.
you're not wrong.
And then when they actually see you.
I get hey, you're not as bad looking as they say
See,
you are.
so we did it good.
Don't you lump me into this creep ass
You
bitch.
say the same thing.
No, I get it, but I'm not sitting here going, you're actually beautiful and sexy. You're actually a sexy lady. I'm Tommy Muley, Kimmy, a sexy lady. Look, Kimmy, I admire the things that you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And in you encouraging your husband to do this for him in the charity, it's fantastic. Everyone listening should go buy this and hang this in their home,
support
right?
these guys.
But there is no way there won't be some hesitation, uncomfortability, eventual jealousy that comes with your shirtless husband staring longingly into the eyes of thousands of people who will buy this calendar. It's almost impossible.
Well, we'll deal with it.
Okay.
We'll deal with it as it comes because it's too late now.
And I guess that makes them a
They're
sex
already
symbol.
out there.
According to Ron, they're a sex symbol couple now.
Oh, yeah.
Rochester's hottest couple.
Yeah, they would have to be the sexiest couple, according to Ron.
Well, no, I mean, Kimmy, in Kimmy's defense, she did walk the runway at the Rochester Fashion Week.
Yeah, but weren't you in,
Motocross.
hunting out?
I wasn't in a hunting outfit. You were there.
Motocross.
You cut the line. You were there.
He did cut the line. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
We're going to tell you a story that comes out of the East Side. And there's two ways this story, if the allegations are true, went down.
Oh.
This is either someone trying to scare someone he knows, or this is a man that wanted some power that he didn't have. And what's weird, Kimmy, is we see men in our area, we've seen men in our area pose as these before for reasons that aren't apparent.
Yeah.
Oh, they're back again?
But I guess I would get doing that in person. The satisfaction you might have doing it in person.
Because you're right, Kimmy. This man allegedly wrote a letter, but the name he gave the investigator. Did you see this story?
No, but I'm loving it already.
Bro.
Red flag.
Like, you can't even be mature when you're trying to scare people.
All right.
We'll get into it next in the break room. 96.5 WCMF. This is a story that could go one of two ways.
What's that?
Now, if the allegations are true, it could be a case of revenge for something we don't know about.
Okay.
Some people, Tommy, will go to great lengths to try and make a point and feel like they've won. This could also be the case of a power trip, because we've also seen random people pretend to be important for a bunch of weird reasons.
Yeah.
But if the allegations are true, one thing is for sure. You would be scared out of your mind if you were receiving what these people say they received.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF comedian Sebastian Maniscalco is heading to the Blue Cross Arena in 2024. Don't miss the It Ain't Right tour. Coming November 15th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, December 1st, 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. We will also have tickets to give you today.
Wow.
We will get to those later in the show here on CMF. A man from Penfield is in some trouble this morning.
What happened?
Story on News 8 tells the tale of two folks that started receiving threats in the form of emails and letters.
Oh, like regular-ass letter.
Yes. Now, we don't know what those letters were about or how specific the threats were. However, according to the New York State Police, some of the letters were signed by an investigator.
Like a
Police officer.
police officer.
Yeah, this person, whoever was writing them, was
Law
posing,
enforcement.
Yeah, as law enforcement. The name they gave the investigator, though, they were signed Investigator Richard Harder. So I'll take a second.
Yeah.
All right, if you did get it, Investigator Dick Harder. You were threatening people and then signing them Investigator Dick Harder. Come on, man. Despite the letters...
Was Richard Head not available?
Despite the letters supposedly coming from an investigator, the victims eventually called the police, and it turns out Investigator Dick Harder does not exist. Yeah, well, he might. Just
He's
don't
not
have
on
any
force
letters.
anymore?
I don't know. An actual investigation from the state police and an investigator who didn't have such a dirty name started tracing IP addresses from the email.
Yeah.
And that led authorities to a 48-year-old man from Penfield.
When he got to Dick's house?
It was harder than you think. The man was arrested, charged with third-degree stalking, second-degree criminal impersonation, second-degree aggravated harassment, and they issued an order of protection for these victims. Now, what we don't have in this story, Tommy,
What's that?
some important details. We don't know if this man knew the folks he allegedly wrote these letters and email to. We don't know why he would want to do this to the folks if the allegations are true.
Right.
And I know, Tommy, it might sound dumb to think he didn't know these people facing these allegations.
Right.
But, Kimmy, you know, we have seen in this area in the past, people pretend to be law enforcement authorities and harass random people.
Yeah, poses.
But they were like
police officer or...
But they were out and about.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I can remember that one guy in a bathrobe who was an FBI agent, supposedly.
He walked up to those kids that were
in
out
a bathrobe.
in the car.
Were you in a bathrobe?
Yeah, well, it was that was actually Investigator Dick Harder in his bathrobe, which made everything a lot more awkward.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess I can kind of wrap my head around doing that in person because maybe you could see people and you feel like you gained like some sort of respect that you didn't have before.
Okay.
Or power.
Power, like that feeling of, saying you're somebody that you're not. I guess I don't get what you get out of a random email or letter because you don't see these people's reactions to it.
You're right.
You don't
Good
know,
point.
I don't know, what satisfaction there is in doing that.
You're right. So if we're going to speculate and try and use logic here, it would make sense that if the allegations are true, he knew these people and this was some kind of revenge or something happened, whatever it is. I mean, we're never going to know, probably.
No.
Right? But if he did know these people and the allegations are true, there is one thing in this story that proves something everyone listening needs to hear.
What are you thinking?
You don't know the law enough to pass as a cop.
True.
Most people think they do. Tommy, you think you understand how every law in the state of New York works. And then you talk it through and we find out you're not even close.
The amount of calls whenever we have questions of things. I'm not a cop, but I'm not a lawyer, but.
Tommy, you also think you could talk like a cop.
Yeah, I think so.
That's your talking
Yeah,
like a cop.
That's right, buddy.
And when people feel they've been wronged, they always believe the police would side with them if someone called 911.
Yeah.
Yet this story, once again, proves, based on the suspicions of the two suspects, that this guy didn't know enough where these people automatically assumed it was real investigator Dick Harder writing them letters and emails.
Yes.
Both of them, it seems, went to the cops when they got a letter from a supposed cop. So how stupid was that letter where they were well aware that this was not, in fact, law enforcement writing them right away?
Right. And it just goes to show, when I hear this story, just how dumb men are compared to women.
Well, could you go on?
Because you only hear men doing this.
Like the weird scams
you
like
never,
that.
Well, you never see a woman claiming to be a cop and walking around
You're
doing
right.
crap like this. Every one of these stories has been some weird dude.
You're right.
And there's weird women out there. I don't know what they do. Maybe they just bake. But maybe they just bake weird crap and eat it themselves. Like she's got a whole shelf of penis cookies that she enjoys or something.
What's wrong with you?
But maybe that's how they take
we've
up. Maybe that's a weird one. But guys take it to the streets.
I mean, we've seen women
But like the
do
doobie
similar
said, man,
scams, but they're always getting something out of it, whereas I don't really know what you're getting out of this.
it's a for men.
Yeah.
It's a power trip. It has
Yeah.
to be like some kind of power
Right.
trip. They have nothing going on in their lives, so they have to be some kind of fake authority
Yeah.
over people.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And what's even strange about that? If a woman posed as a police officer, everyone would believe her.
Right.
Yeah, because you're not going to question that. Yeah,
Exactly.
you don't wanna
Because women don't
you
act like that.
Well, yeah, and you don't want to offend a woman by saying you're not a police officer
Right.
in case she really is.
Yeah, no,
you know?
you're not wrong. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the story. A man from Penfield has been arrested after police say he wrote letters and emails to two people. We don't know what the threats were involved with the letters and the emails. However, some of the letters were signed as a law enforcement official, investigator Richard Harder. Dick Harder. Again, to your point, you can't even hold it together when you're trying to threaten somebody. Oh, no, hold on. Oh, yeah, this is a good letter. I got it. Investigator Richard Harder.
Is it when you were a kid and you'd make a prank phone call?
Yes.
Is that kind of the satisfaction you're
Kind
getting out
of,
of it?
maybe.
But you could have just made a prank phone call.
Right.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's a good
Well, I
point.
mean, if that's
don't
what you're
know.
going for, why would
Yeah.
you not just make a prank phone call? I also love that he's at exactly the age where he didn't realize they could trace his IP
Yes.
address
Yep.
if he's guilty.
What's the age? 50?
48.
40.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, right? Because, if you're 40 or under, you understand that anything you send across the internet can be traced back to you. And even ways of trying to shield it aren't always
Right.
guaranteed.
If they wanted to look into it, they could.
Exactly. This guy probably, if he's guilty, covering his tracks, sending the letters from, different spots so they couldn't trace it back to one mailbox. It's email. I'll just create a fake one, and they'll never go, oh, no. Which leads us to the worst part of this story.
What's that?
How embarrassing this arrest must have been.
Oh, yeah.
Because if this guy is guilty of what he's accused, he had to deal with actual cops after impersonating a cop. And they had to have questioned him about what he's accused of doing. In that situation, what do you say? Do you have to deny it up and down so you don't turn red with embarrassment as they read back to you?
They had to be laughing their asses off inside.
Bro, they're gonna read the letter
Do you
back.
know a Richard Harder, sir?
Officer Richard Harder.
Or do you just admit what you did and then shut up, hoping they cut you loose and they just give you a court date?
Yeah. I guess that would be the better way to play it. Keep your mouth shut.
Well, but then you're going to have to face the punishment for what you did if you're guilty.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're in trouble anyway, though, right?
Well, I mean, you have to be convicted. Yes. I mean, I don't know what the odds are. Maybe you can plea out. But, I mean, if you come clean right away, you have an admission of guilt in that room while these police officers are howling with laughter. Because, again, going back to this idea that I know what cops sound like, I know what cops say, I can impersonate a cop. It would be like talking cutting down trees with a lumberjack. It would be like discussing driving a truck with a long-haul trucker and you have no experience in any of this. You'd be in a room with someone who does this for a living, and you thought you were so smart you could pass yourself off as one of them with absolutely zero experience. It makes you look like such an idiot.
Yes.
And then just to put a cherry on that sundae, you signed it Officer Dick Harder.
Oh, God.
It is pretty amazing that these folks called the authorities despite getting a letter from what was signed by an authority.
Yeah.
Because even if the letter was strange, I wouldn't want to question it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would go, I mean, unless it was super, horribly threatening. I just think I would laugh, especially when I see that name. I almost just think it's a joke, like spam or something.
But that it sounds came in a letter. Like if this was an
Yeah,
actual
a handwritten letter.
Yeah.
Now we don't know which one was which, but it said some of the letters were signed Investigator Richard Harder.
Right, but if I got like that letter in the mail,
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do because like I'd have to appreciate the effort. I wouldn't be threatened by it, I guess, unless it was like really horrible.
Well, it could. I
Like,
mean,
it could,
we
it
don't know what
could.
it
Yeah,
said.
we
But
don't know what
again-
information that he was seeking in these
I would
letters.
also feel stupid taking it to the cops. Hey, I got this in the mail from a Dick
Well, but
Harder.
I think because there are so many scams now, you shouldn't feel ashamed like checking in on it, making sure like
That's not my fear.
okay.
If I go down to I go down to the police department.
Yeah.
I go, hey, I got this thing from Dick Harder. And all of a sudden the guy behind his desk goes, hey, Dick! Dick! And here comes Dick Harder.
All right.
Like, what are the odds? I look
fair.
stupid holding Officer Harder's legitimate
I
note.
just thought it was a funny name,
Yeah.
so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, what do you want? What's so funny about my name? And he's got his nightstick in his hand, tapping it, and
It's weird he's an investigator still carrying around a nightstick.
yeah. Well, he's old school.
No,
Dick.
but you also brought up the other fatal flaw in these allegations. You know, if they're true, if you get a letter from law enforcement, you're going to contact law enforcement, even
Yes.
if you think it's legitimate.
Yeah.
And it would have like official letterhead. You know, I mean, it would have something legitimate to it.
Could have had that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's ways to
like a business form letter.
there's ways to mock that up easy.
True.
But like if you send me a letter from a police officer, if I'm that concerned about it, I'm going to call the authorities to say, hey, wait a minute, what did I do wrong
Right,
here?
yeah.
In which case they're going to tell me, no, that's not true. And now we have an investigation starting because at minimum, even without the threats, you have someone impersonating a police officer sending people letters.
And I'm guessing if I got that letter from fake Officer Dick Harder,
Yeah.
because he thought that was funny, there's got to be a little comedy in that letter.
You think so?
Well, when just based on the fact that he went with Officer Richard Harder, tells me there's got to be some other elements.
Like he tried to sneak some other stuff
yes,
in there.
Yes.
I don't know, man. If the best line you got is that at the end, I'm guessing there's nothing that's funny in that.
Oh,
letter.
I'm just saying juvenile. Let's just
Okay.
say,
Yeah.
more juvenile humor.
Okay.
Which I am a fan of.
No, I get it. I heard you laugh hilariously when I told you the investigator's name was Richard Harder.
Yeah. How can you not?
All right, let's take a break. There is a place that we haven't had in Rochester for years where you can go grab a bite to eat.
Yeah.
And they are coming back.
Oh, they're reviving it.
Yes, well, but it's not so much a revival because this place has been in business in other cities.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're just bringing it back to Rochester.
okay.
And based on this being one of the best things we do here,
Hands down.
why?
I don't know. Is there a need for it?
Kimmy, I have not heard a single person say
Complained
since,
when it went away.
Yeah, this business left. You know what I would like?
Oh, but it
This
was
pizza.
Oh, it's a pizza.
It's a
place.
pizza place.
Oh, is it started here?
No.
National chain?
Yep.
Okay.
Has no connection to Rochester at all.
But they're coming back, baby.
And here's the thing, Kimmy, they weren't even in this town for a long time when they were here.
Yeah, I don't know when they showed up.
They showed up when I was in high
How
school.
many places were there?
Maybe we can figure it all out.
All right.
And we'll tell you who we're talking about next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. normally when we see restaurants come back in the greater Rochester area, people get very excited.
Yeah.
For example, Crescent Beach is going to be coming back soon.
Oh, yeah, institution.
Yep, cause a celebration in the streets.
Yep.
Yet with this news that this restaurant will be arriving once again in our area, I don't understand. Because since they left, I haven't heard a single person go, you know what I miss?
Oh.
This.
The hell is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Brett Michaels is coming December 15th to the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. You must be 21 plus to attend a show at the Vine. Papa John's is looking to open in Brighton on West Henrietta Road.
So they went away for a while?
Yes, so according to the story, I'll get to that in a second. They're opening up a smaller than we're used to Papa John's location at the Cricket Wireless right across the street from where the Delta Sonica is right there.
Is this the one that Shaq pushes?
Yes.
Okay.
He is now on the board of Papa John's.
You can get Shaq-a-roni.
You can.
Yeah.
They really needed Shaq after everything happened with the original
Right.
Papa John.
Okay.
So they say this should be open in spring of last year. Now, spring of next year, excuse me. To answer your question you had, Papa John's closed all Rochester locations all the way back in 2018.
No.
And the owners of those locations cited, and I quote, heavy headwinds put upon us by New York State.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because Papa John's didn't leave New York State. They just left Rochester.
Okay.
All right. So with all that being said, we haven't had one here in 5 years.
Yes.
Why are they coming back?
I've never had a Papa John's.
So you're
Not even.
I've never tasted like their pizza.
Okay.
But to your point, we have plenty of pizza joints in town.
Not only do we have plenty of pizza joints, we have really good pizza joints.
Yes.
Like pizza joints that are running chain restaurants out of business.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Do you know that
Like local chains, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah. I mean, your Salvatore's and your Mark's and your Pontillo's, and I can keep going, right? Ken's Pizza, it's over and over and over again. They're all really good. And then you got Wegmans and Tops that also do really good pizzas, right? Then you have all the gas stations now that are selling pizzas, which if you're desperate, you can pick one of those up on the ride home. Do you know that I can't get a Pizza Hut pizza delivered to my house anymore?
Why not?
My kids saw, like a year ago,
Yeah.
one of their
go that far
commercials
out?
for like one of the, there's not a Pizza Hut near my house
because
close
it's
enough.
the distance.
But there was.
But they closed them down.
They closed that Pizza
They
Hut.
scaled them back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, if Pizza Hut is scaling back,
Right.
I mean, I haven't
But
had
they do run those ads like crazy with Shaq.
Okay.
Like all over football, it's almost every break I'm watching Shaq put all that pepperoni on there.
So
and
it's
that's a handful of Shaq-a-roni.
I mean, and that's a Shaq hand, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's a big hand.
That's a hand. That's a Shaq can of Shaq-a-ronis.
But so does like Domino's and Little Caesars. I mean, those are all, ads on TV. But I get like certain places are flooded with those kind of pizza places.
Well, yeah, there are places like Tommy, we travel for a living.
Yeah.
Like in the Midwest, you need Pizza Hut and Papa John's and places
Domino's.
like that because their pizza's terrible. But like short of Little Caesars, where you're walking in and you're getting
It's
a
a
pizza,
budget thing,
yeah,
yeah.
for less than $10. You know the
And you're getting
pizzas.
2 pizzas. Pizza.
Breadsticks too.
Yeah.
But
By the
it's-
way, are they cheap? Are they cheaper than
Papa
like...
John's is not cheap.
No, is cheaper though than like the local stuff.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, I never remember going to Papa John's and being like, oh, that was
But
efficient.
they were a monster on television.
Okay. I mean, maybe they're doing really well in places with bad pizza.
Yeah, it could be.
But I have yet to hear, and the phone number is 252-WCMF if I'm wrong, I haven't heard a single person say since Papa John's left, you know what I miss?
Yeah.
Papa John's.
Good home-style Papa John pizza.
And they weren't even really here for that long before they left.
They weren't?
No, because when I was in high school when they opened up their first Papa John's here. So that was what? Like 10, 15 years worth of Papa John's?
All right.
And then
Did
they
you?
all shut
Were
down?
they like a sit-down joint or just grab your pizza?
No, it
and
was
go?
mostly you just grab your pizza and go.
All right.
I guess the moral of the story
What's
here,
that?
you can't out-pizza Rochester pizza
No, you
places. And I don't get... I know we've talked about the sub shops that keep opening here and how we have a lot of like mom and pop delis, but like when it comes to places that'll make you a sub in Rochester versus places that will make you a pizza in Rochester, it's 10 times that amount for pizza.
Yeah.
So why are you even trying to compete?
Yeah. You're right, because you got a lot of good Italian pizza here.
Yeah, yes. And it's pizza that we grew up accustomed to, right? Like we have the taste for that style pizza here in Rochester. And if somebody comes from out of town, like New York or Chicago or whatever, they're not going to be like, oh, I need Papa John's or Pizza Hut instead. You've never even eaten that in your life.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of that pizza that you have and you're like, okay, well, this'll do because I have nothing else, or
Yeah.
like this'll do. I'm a college kid. I'm looking for pizza on a budget.
Sure.
But if I have the options, that's not even top of mind.
But I guess if that was, I would say this, like if that was like the closest pizza joint to me, Papa John's, that would be my pizza joint.
Really?
Yeah.
Over a
Oh, so you
local
just
place?
go closest.
Yeah.
But there have to be like 10 places within a mile of
But if, let's say,
anywhere you live here in Rochester.
But if that was my closest option, I would probably just do that. I'm lazy.
No, you're also a skinny ass bitch that don't know nothing about nothing.
Look who's talking.
Bro, I eat pizza, bro.
When's the last time you gorged on pizza?
2 weeks ago.
How much gorge? 2 slices?
3/4 of a large pizza.
All right.
Only because my family was there. I would have eaten the whole thing.
Right.
Bro, I'm telling you, once a pizza box opens up,
Well, I'm in.
until it's gone. And if you brought another pizza box in and opened it up, that's gone.
Right.
I would eat pizza until no more pizza existed if you just kept bringing me pizza.
All right, here's the taste test. Though.
Okay, all right.
Pizza down the hall. You know, we get pizza in here sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say there's Papa John's down the hall.
Yeah.
Okay,
5 boxes.
sure.
Variety.
Yeah.
You going?
I might eat it if it's there.
You gotta
Yeah.
go in.
It's not,
You gotta
again,
go
it's
in.
Not, it's not bad.
Yes.
It's just not
Right.
what we're used to.
Thank you. And,
Right.
and then don't get me wrong. It's not. I've never had it and been like, ugh.
Yeah.
I just don't get, with all of the options here,
Right.
why anyone would be like, you know what I want. Especially in their location. They're going to be in Brighton amongst all
Yeah.
of the other places
Well,
that sound
yeah.
like
But you're
this.
also close. Is it close to the college?
No. No, not really.
Not, yeah. You'd still have to go out of your way a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
There's 2 pizza places I can think of that you would have to drive past to get to Papa John's.
All right. Well, that'd be tough.
Jojo the Idiot Circus Boy writes us on Twitter. He says, Papa John's had that garlic dipping sauce.
That
My
is
fat
what I
ass misses
remember
that.
of it.
Well, that
yeah.
sounds good.
Like that
Garlic
was what
dipping
everybody
sauce.
raved about.
Come on.
You dip your crust in the garlic dipping sauce. But I think a lot of places have something similar. So, and I don't know if that's because of Papa John's, but I knew that that's what they were kind of known for.
252 WCMF. Papa John's is going to be opening, it looks like, next spring of next year, in Brighton on West Henrietta Road next to Delta Sonic. It'll be the first time they open up a store since they closed all of them in Rochester in 2018. And I mean, it's okay. Why?
All right.
Let's talk to Jeremy, CMF. Stupid button. Damn it. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Hey, Tommy, you never had Papa John's?
No.
You know how the leaves are collecting in the street right now and cars are running them over? Just take a shovel, dig that up, throw some cheese on it. That's what Papa John's tastes like.
For a minute, I thought
It is-
I had to meet him in the men's room for some reason.
Well, you didn't let him finish.
It is probably the worst pizza I've ever had.
It can't
It's
be that
awful.
bad.
Oh, it's Tommy. It's
Shaq
terrible.
eats it. He's a billionaire.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a retort to that, but it's terrible.
All right, hold on, Jeremy. I agree it's not great, but there's plenty of worse pizza than
Yeah.
Papa John's.
But he's a chef.
Name one.
Any gas station pizza?
I don't know. Some of those gas
Stop
station
it.
pizzas are not bad.
Bro,
have you had? I can't remember which one I tried recently. I was like, that was not a bad pizza.
Okay, there's a 7-Eleven around the corner from my
Okay.
house. It's 7-Eleven.
All right, I've never
does
tried
great things.
7-Eleven.
Oh my God, it looks terrible. And Jeremy, like Little Caesars, I mean, it's designed to just be cheap
Yeah.
and quick. Like they
Walk in and walk out.
like it's even on the sign. Like you're gonna be sad with yourself, but hey, it's only $10.
And look, I understand what you're saying. I'm just telling Tommy, as a person
Yeah.
who's never had it, it is one of the worst things you'll ever eat. You know, the comic Mike
Is that been with
Birbiglia-
Pat's mom?
For God's sake.
the comic Mike Birbiglia says, if you need to advertise your pizza, you're terrible, right?
That is,
I mean,
that's a
'cause
decent
everyone
point.
knows- Yeah, everyone knows a good pizza place. So I would like to start a pool, an over-under maybe. Which will be gone first, Papa John's or the Newman and Lonsbury show? Which do you think? Man, it could be even odds. Either way, we're losing something that's crappy. So, all right, see you, Dick.
Thanks for the call, Jeremy. Have a good rest of the day. Man, just throwing strays at everybody all over the place there, man.
The other thing that confuses me too, because usually I don't think I've ever ordered a pizza without wings.
Do they have wings?
And that's what I'm wondering. Like, I guess if you're just solely going on
They gotta
pizza,
have the
maybe they have like
wings.
boneless wings or something. But we're so picky about wings and pizza
Yeah.
comboed in this town
Yeah.
that I would think that would also eliminate a place like Papa John's from your,
What's that?
usual.
But to your wings point, we also have a ton of wing places
Yeah.
national, like Buffalo Wild
Yeah,
Wings is in
but
Grace,
but
and we
they-
have Wingstop open in multiple locations.
But they specialize in wings. I don't know what like a chain pizza place how their wings are.
All right, now we've pissed off gas station people.
Okay.
Pizza people.
They're out there.
Daniel writes, Crosby's gas station pizza slaps, so he must be under 30.
Slaps.
I don't know.
All
I've
right.
had I think maybe it was Fast Track Pizza or something like that. I tried it once. I was like, that was pretty good pizza.
Oh, somebody. I will say this,
It
man.
it surprised me. You know how I am with pizza. You can trust me.
I thought so.
That gas station in the Basin, I think it might. They have a beer tasting every Friday, and there's a line of people like. It ain't your daddy's filling station, man. So they may have, look, man.
That
You mean your mom?
You got your Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
You got your high-end craft beer.
Oh my God.
You probably got a sub shop. It's like one-stop shopping.
Bro, that's every gas station
No,
now.
but I'm saying high-end.
No, it's not. There's
Yes, it
plenty
is.
of-
You could go to that Hess, or I think it's a Hess. You go in there. You could go or mobile. You could get like a cappuccino.
Okay.
You could get a slice of pizza,
Yeah.
and you could do a craft beer tasting all in a Friday afternoon.
You're describing-
It's Park Avenue with pumps.
You're describing 4 gas stations near my house right now. Gas stations
dude.
are out of control now, man.
It ain't, maybe, all right. So to my point though, so maybe they got the good pizza.
I don't think I've tried it.
Have you?
Yeah, but you grew up near poor gas stations.
No, I'm saying
What?
No, I had.
Would that make him appreciate a good gas station?
You would think, but
No.
he has this.
No.
He has this chip on his shoulder.
No. You're wrong, and I'll tell you why you're
Oh,
wrong.
here comes Chippy Pat.
I grew up next to the greatest gas station in the history of gas stations. In
So
fact,
you're the level. You set the bar too high.
it was one of the first of these gas stations in Rochester. I grew up off
The multiplex?
I grew up off of Fisher Road in Gates.
Yeah.
Chili Avenue right there. And they opened up a Hess. It was a massive Hess.
Yeah.
And inside the Hess, when they opened it up, they
Good
had
job.
a Godfather pizza.
Right.
They had a Blimpie sub shop. You ready for this? You ready for this? Auntie Anne's pretzels.
Wow.
Man.
All 3 separate
It's a
inside the
lethal
gas
combo
station.
right there.
It's a
Jimmy,
food court.
The reason
The smell alone.
But you couldn't afford any of it.
No, I would like find money around the house. I
Find money. There's no money in that house.
One of the most shameful moments of my life.
Oh, is this when your quarter caper?
Yep, my mother had a roll of $20 worth of quarters,
And that was her 401k.
I was like 12, and I kept taking like,
Yeah, I remember you were
quarters
chipping
out of
away.
it.
Yeah, until I realized I took like $10 worth of quarters to keep going.
Wait, that's
and
a
buying-
roll of quarters. That's a
half
roll
roll.
of
Yeah. Well, that's when I realized. I looked at it like, oh, this is bad.
Might as well just take the whole thing at that
All
point.
right.
I stole from my mother at 12 years old to support my Auntie Anne's pretzel habit from the gas station.
But I don't think I would turn my nose up at a gas station pizza,
Hey, look,
knowing that
man.
now they're kind of gourmet.
You do you.
All right.
You do you.
Give it a try.
But you're
That's all
wrong.
I'm saying.
I mean, I'm not running to it, but if I'm on the road and I see that,
No,
I'm eating.
No, I'm not eating road gas station pizza. What are you
No,
nuts?
you
That's
know,
the most
like think about
dangerous.
Pennsylvania. They love their sheets
Oh,
and their
that's different.
Wawas.
Sheets and Wawas.
But those are
different.
kind of along the same.
Yeah.
You know,
No, that's
What's
like
that? What's that big one around the Midwest? Bucky's?
There's
that's like a grocery store almost.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
It's a Walmart. I mean, you could get like a
That's not the
brisket
same
sandwich.
thing,
That's a whole different
man.
animal.
Not the same thing.
man.
Nah, man.
All right. I get a shower there. I can't take a shower at the one in the Basin again.
Let's have a morality discussion.
Morality?
Yes.
All right.
Because we have a study in front of us that talks about Americans and morality and what they find moral and immoral.
Well, that's changed over the years, obviously, because we've got to be getting the low bar of morality.
Well, I think not that low bar is the word to put it. The way to put it. Different ideas on morality, because there is one specific thing that shows up that is very interesting. Because 20 years ago, if you would have asked this question, the majority of people, they would have clutched their pearls.
Yeah.
Dear God.
All right.
But our ideas maybe are different now.
Oh.
And you can make the argument that to make things safer for a bunch of people, it might be time to legalize this.
Damn.
Can we adult discussion? Can we have an adult discussion?
We cut them loose.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first, I got to tell you about my friends from It's the world's oldest profession.
Oh, yeah.
And from the beginning, not only was it against the law, it was viewed as really bad, gross, yuck.
Yeah.
That is, maybe until now.
That's what they say.
Well, Tommy, you'll still get arrested if you're caught paying for or offering sex for money.
Okay.
But will people still look at you the way they always have?
What's changed, though?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena November of next year, courtesy of Live Nation. Sit tight.
Okay.
Give us like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
If you were to do that, it may benefit you if you want to see the show. Wink.
Okay, that could get you busted.
We'll give you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. So there's a very surprising number that showed up recently on in a study on Americans and morality. So what you think is okay and not okay.
Yeah.
So they asked people about a whole bunch of different stuff when it comes to murder and bank robbery, shoplifting, things like that. But there was a whole section about how people feel paying for sex.
Yeah.
Prostitution.
A vice.
So when they asked about prostitution, they gave people 3 options to choose from to respond. Prostitution is always immoral, sometimes immoral, or never immoral. And when it came to paying for getting down on it, only 4 in 10 Americans said prostitution was always immoral.
All right, so more people are on the plus.
Well, I mean, more people are on the either sometimes or never immoral, but 4 in 10 Americans, only 4 in 10 Americans stands paying for sex is something you should be ashamed of.
All right.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah, I would have thought it was higher, like people hating it.
Okay.
I think it's, bad.
Kimmy, does that number surprise you?
Yeah, only because I think that just even people who have done it look down on it.
Do you know a lot of people that have done it?
No. Yes. I don't know. I've heard stories.
Really?
From you guys.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, I bet you if you asked some of those people if they'd be against it, they would say yes, even though they to some extent engaged.
But are they saying that because they actually think it's immoral?
I don't
or are they
know.
saying that to try and cover their tracks so nobody assumes they've ever done it? Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, but if they're ashamed of themselves, then that would be immoral.
Yeah.
Like people,
I guess.
it's that mentality of, well, when I did it, it was different, or my situation was different.
But then that would be sometimes immoral, not always
true,
immoral.
True.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is paying for sex immoral? And before we have this conversation, there's a caveat that needs to be made.
What's the caveat?
Well, there are lots of
What's
ways.
you charge for it?
There are lots of ways that people pay for sex.
Yeah.
And I know before we get the phone calls and letters, human trafficking's been a big issue the last couple of years. If you stay in hotels a bunch, you see the signs everywhere giving you tips on what to look for. So the idea that you'd be willing to pay for sex with someone unbeknownst to you who isn't willing is obviously immoral.
Yes.
And you can actually make that an argument for legalizing prostitution. But we're talking here if it was something that was regulated and if both parties were consent. Exactly.
All right.
252-WCMF, should prostitution be legalized, Tommy?
Yes, absolutely it should. It's never going to go away. Is the reason why it's the oldest profession that's been illegal, and you can't stop it. So these countries that have embraced it seem to have figured it out. Why are we chasing our tail here?
All right, hold on. Now, to be fair,
Yeah.
just, so we have a full discussion here. You say they seem to have figured it out. We only see the benefits because we don't live in places like that.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure, as there are with everything, there are drawbacks. It's just what the drawbacks are when it's legalized compared to what the drawbacks are when it's not.
But I guess my feeling is you haven't put these women out of business.
Okay.
And men too.
Okay.
So what are we doing? You've lost the war. You're just like
The war on Poon?
the Poon Wars.
You maybe
So
have made
true.
it more dangerous in a sense too.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. If we're going to argue for licensed sex workers out in the open, what would be the problem? Because you can test them, make that mandatory. That's what they do in Vegas or outside of Vegas, right? Keeps them and the customers safe. You can establish an age, 21 years old, 18 years old, whatever.
You basically would be a licensed worker.
Yeah.
Just the same as like a hairdresser, a barber, or anybody else.
And by making this thing that's been illegal since the beginning of time legal, you are wiping out a large majority of a dangerous underbelly that wouldn't be able to exist in the shadows if it's out in the open.
Yeah.
And by the way, I see you guys calling in. Before you call and yell, I want you to keep something in mind. Just because you wouldn't do it doesn't mean it has to be illegal, right? Like, think about it. There are lots of legal things that are dangerous and potentially immoral that you don't do.
Yeah.
But just because you wouldn't do something doesn't mean it should be illegal for everybody.
Right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. In a recent study on morality, 4 in 10 Americans said that prostitution is always immoral, which means there is now wiggle room for almost 6 in 10 Americans when it comes to the morality of prostitution.
And there's going to be some wiggle room.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I got a couple of things to say. First thing, do you remember when, I think it was the 1990s, the government seized one of these places because they owed so much money in tax, so the government seized it, so they owned one of these places, I think in Vegas or Arizona, and they were running it in order to get the tax money. A lot of people were upset, saying, the government shouldn't have. Well, either way,
Okay, I don't remember that, but what's the second point, Jimmy? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, the second thing is, there's worse things, like the mail lady had stealing my gift cards in my mailbox, or there's so many worse things.
Jimmy, you cannot get over that story from 2 weeks ago of that mailwoman accused of stealing gift cards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're saying there are things you're worried about more than prostitution?
Oh, hell yeah. If you go out and buy a whore tonight, that's your business. As long as you're not stealing or driving drunk down the street I live on, those are the things that
Every other
concern me.
street, fine. Drive drunk. Not Jimmy Street. Do not drive drunk on Jimmy Street.
Down on Jimmy Street with the hookers and the losers.
Jimmy, great call, buddy.
you.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I think he thought he had a good point, and he's disappointed in himself. All right, so there would be negatives. What are the negatives going to be here? Because if we're going to be fair, we have to look at it from both sides.
To legalizing prostitution.
Yes. Folks are going to argue, Tommy, it's going to break up families. That's going to be argument number one.
Okay, I say it keeps families together.
Oh, you're going to argue prostitution keeps families together.
Yes. These girls provide a service.
And men.
There are men out
And
there.
men for a certain element of people that need this, that have a Jones, that get to service it and go home and leave a private life.
Okay.
I've known guys that have gone to these things that legitimately love their wives and their
my
children
God. Okay.
and go back home.
Kimmy?
Wouldn't that increases the chance of you getting caught because you have to do an actual transaction?
Well, I mean, there's lots of things that people pay for that their spouses don't know about.
Right, but I would think
I
like
have
when
a credit
it's more
card for Bill's memorabilia. My wife doesn't know about
okay. Well, I was just thinking like if it was more official, that would increase your chances of getting caught.
Could be, but I think is legitimately provides a medical service for a certain.
No,
amount
I
of
don't disagree with the medical part of it because there are actually people that specialize in having
fetishes and
folks with disabilities. We talked about this on the air before.
That want to have some fun in a different direction that these girls will provide for them that normal people wouldn't be into. So I mean,
okay, that being said,
that's a different point than what you were saying before was that it will keep families together.
Prostitution keeps families
I
together.
do think like there are guys that if they could get a little something,
but those guys probably do cheat. I mean, that's not. You think like
no,
legalizing it will make
guys-
them more likely to go out and do it?
We know guys that women just don't want.
Yeah.
They're married. They ain't getting any action. They couldn't sneak out to a bar
Okay.
and get a drink.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
They could go to these places and
How would that help their marriage?
No, but
it would help their male self-esteem and give them some mojo back to go back home with.
No, but you're arguing against your own point.
No,
Because
I'm
if
not.
No, but here's why.
You're saying they don't cheat now.
Yeah, but they would, which is backing up the argument
Right.
people would make that it breaks up families.
They're not cheating because they don't love their wives. They're cheating because they have an urge that doesn't get satisfied. But they do love their wives. They love their kids.
Okay, so let me ask
They
you a
love
question.
their job.
Okay.
They just got this little problem over here that
problem, not prevented.
it doesn't seem to with the guys that I've known that have stayed with their old ladies.
Bro, let me ask you
And
a
I
question.
say old ladies in the most loving and
But you don't know,
pure
but it was like
No,
in-
I don't.
in- you
I
know,
don't.
behind
I
closed
don't.
doors.
I don't.
Let me ask
But
you
it seems to like cooled their jets.
question.
Right.
So let's say same scenario you just presented, but it's a lady. She couldn't go out to a bar and meet a guy to take her home. She's not sexually satisfied by this husband. She goes to a prostitute.
Yeah.
Would you look at that woman the same way you're describing this man?
Absolutely.
My balls, which
You're
may be
talking-
for sale depending on how things change.
Women have different sexual urges.
Oh, do they? Please Please, woman, tell
than men.
me about the female anatomy and their psychology and their sexual
You
urges.
think so you're saying like, every woman is satisfied with what her husband's laying down every day.
No. Because, I mean, a man could be sexually starved in a relationship, and a woman could be emotionally starved in a relationship.
A woman could also be sexually starved.
But I think it works towards her emotions. I think her emotions come first and then the sexuality, where with men, sex first, emotion falls a little bit lower on the sexual totem
I would
pole.
almost argue maybe men may be seeking that emotional thing that maybe they're lacking.
They're looking to get drained.
Okay, I love how you're arguing with a woman about how women feel about sex.
She didn't completely disagree with me.
she did. She said
When I
totally
brought the
did.
emotions
And
in.
I think you're downplaying how much men are seeking that love and think of like men that fall in love with strippers.
We
and
do.
There are guys that bring cakes to Hooters waitresses for their birthday.
May he
like
rest in
they are
peace.
looking for that emotional connection. They think that they're in love.
I do, but there's also guys that are just looking to have somebody tell them you're great.
All right, there's a very simple way to
Feed
solve
into it. Yes.
Isn't that kind of emotional too?
Yes. Okay. So the ego of man and the emotions of women. I think those are different. I don't think women have egos. I think they have emotions. Men,
we know
women have
with egos.
They have them, but they're like low.
Low ego.
They have low. They have
ego.
They have chick ego.
Shut up.
Which is
Okay.
lower, but male ego sits atop.
You're
They
an
wear
idiot.
it like a
This
crown.
is ego that I'm listening to.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A recent study on morality had a section about paying for sex, prostitution. In that section, people were given 3 options to choose from. This is Americans. Prostitution is always immoral, sometimes immoral, never immoral. And only 4 in 10 Americans said they believe prostitution was always immoral, which is nuts that 6 in 10 Americans are either totally fine with prostitution or see circumstances where it would be okay. And we're talking about the legalization of prostitution, and there's lots of good arguments for it, although the one big argument that folks socially are going to make is it's going to break up families. You're not doing a great job at defending.
No.
I don't think it does the damage you think. And I would say this too. It should be definitely legal in military towns, because every military town I've ever been to, there is a ton of this underbelly of sex workers that service these guys. And why is it illegal for a guy that's servicing his country?
Servicing his country.
Can't get
it wrong. He's doing it wrong.
You know what I mean?
Come here, Uncle Sam.
You're servicing your country. You're doing your service.
Serving your country.
And why can't that guy get laid, man?
Do you understand?
Like those Navy towns are just full of hooks.
Do you understand? Isn't that how your mom met your dad? Do you understand?
Anchors away, boys.
The amount of letters and emails I am now going to get from military spouses that just heard you say that. You stupid.
Not every guy in the
son
military.
of
A lot
bitch.
of these guys are young and single.
Yeah, but I hear even if they're married, it's going to save their marriage. That's what I heard.
Good. It could.
We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. We have some folks that are arguing against prostitution.
Of course, the stiffs.
Alan writes, Duffy, you have 2 daughters. If this becomes legal, this is a job they could have. Is that something you'd want your daughters doing? Now, I don't think that's a fair argument, because there are lots of jobs I wouldn't want my daughters doing that are completely legal. Like, for example, you just brought up serving your country. My grandpa served his country. But, like, if my kids, I don't want my daughters to go fight overseas out of fear for them getting
That'd
hurt.
be a scary thing as a parent.
Like, same thing as, like, police officer or first responder job. Like, I'd be proud of them, but that's not something I want them to choose to do. That shouldn't be made illegal.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just because you don't want your kid to do it doesn't mean you should prevent other people from making a living doing it that way. Is that a fair statement? Yeah. And I mean, look, the argument you made earlier may be the best argument for why it should be legal.
So solid.
No.
What was it?
People are already doing it, and they're doing
It says the Bible. It's in the Bible.
They're doing it in ways
It's the only part of it he read.
Was it Sodom and the other guy?
Sodom and the other guy.
Gomorrah. Was that a town?
No, it was a sitcom on CBS in the early 90s. Sodom and the other guy. Ted Danson was in it.
He was in everything in the 80s.
Kimmy, you look at what's going on with OnlyFans right now.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of exists as a backdoor to prostitution for some of those pages.
Yeah, I don't know where that leads. I'm not in the world.
But the point I'm making is, gone are the days of men having to troll Lyle Avenue or find a massage parlor in an industrial park. There are now plenty of people you can connect with and set up something in total privacy one-on-one. But those people, as consenting as they are, do put themselves at massive risk, meeting people that they don't know.
It's dangerous on both sides.
Yeah. And think of the tax money that would get pulled in from this, man.
Oh, they'd be pulling in the taxes.
I mean, you look at sin taxes on stuff we deem dirty. Last year, you ready for this?
How much?
Alcohol brought in $10.6 billion nationwide in just tax money. Billion with a B.
Mm-hmm.
The first year of legalized sports gambling in the state of New York brought in $709 million in just tax revenue, just the state of New York.
One state.
Yes. Think about what legal sex work would bring.
All right. There's so much money to be made in sin.
Yeah, but when you say it
Legit
like
sin.
that, that's enough for people to recoil. Maybe even people that at the beginning of this discussion thought it should be legal go,
Right.
When Tommy says there's money to be made in sin, it's not the best argument.
I also think there would be a lot of women that would go down that road that wouldn't, since it's illegal.
Like,
So
we
You
go
just talked
in-
about all those women that you saw on vacation.
Yes, yes.
Think if that was an option for them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I bet they would go get a
Like if it
prostitute?
was
Yeah.
legal, right?
Yeah.
Like if this was all above board and they weren't taking any risks.
No, I mean, that's what's
Oh,
so fun.
yeah.
No, Kim, you make up a great point.
That, there is a whole market, untapped
yes, there
market
is.
out there.
There are guys nodding their heads right now, agreeing with everything that Tommy has been saying, and it should be legal, where if their wives were to go out and do this, they would change their tone really quick.
Yes, there's a whole sea of middle-aged women that are dying for this stuff.
But I agree. Like, why should they be held out?
They
right?
shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Not my wife, but everybody else.
No, but you're absolutely right. Those little muffs need to be served too.
Holy crap.
Well, that's extra. What?
Phone number is 252-WCMF.
nice.
252-9263. We got a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco, Blue Cross Arena, November 15th, courtesy of Live Nation. We'll take the 8th caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tickets go on sale tomorrow, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them right now.
Wow.
Comedian Sebastian Maniscalco, 252-WCMF. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. There's a store coming out to Chi-Li where middle and high school kids, even elementary school kids, are going to celebrate.
It's a kid store?
Well, I mean, it's kind of branded that way, right, Kimmy? I mean, it's mostly kids.
I think of it as a kid's store.
But Kimmy raises a good question.
What's that?
There's a certain age where you can get away buying whatever crap you want
Oh,
for
yeah.
your
You
kid.
have kids in your family, especially around this time of year.
And that's what this store is known for, Kimmy.
Oh, yeah.
But what age does that stop?
Christmas on a budget.
We'll get into
Oh.
it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. There is a major benefit to having younger kids around during the holiday season.
There is?
Well, yeah, they don't know what costs what.
Oh, okay.
So one store is known for providing low-cost stuff for your kid and your nieces, nephews, and grandkids, and it's a place they love to go.
I have pulled this move, and it is genius.
That is until, Tommy, maybe they hit a certain age.
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have our winner for Sebastian Maniscalco. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena November 14th, 2024, courtesy Live Nation. Those tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Who's going to see Sebastian?
Jacob.
Jacob! Not Jake.
Jacob.
Guys, my name is Jacob.
Jacob loves to laugh.
If you didn't get tickets today, no worries. We got one more pair of tickets for you tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. Big news in Chi-Li, Tommy.
What's going on in China?
They're getting a Five Below.
Oh, okay.
Are you familiar with Five Below?
Because of you, yes.
Okay. So for those who are unfamiliar, it's a store that sells mostly stuff for kids, like toys, games, tech stuff, candy, cheap clothing.
Yeah.
And their original hook, the reason it's called Five Below, was nothing in the store cost over $5.
Makes sense.
Now, that's changed over the last few years, but even today, most of the stuff you're going to buy won't cost you more than $5, $10 at the most. There's some like really high-end items for like 20. So this is a place that kids love.
I can imagine.
My daughters love Five Below. It makes them feel cool.
Yep.
They get to buy whatever they want. Parents love this place because it saves you a fortune.
Yeah.
I mean, you hand them a 20, they're going on a shopping spree. And you can, for Christmas, get gifts for kids in your family that will barely break a financial sweat.
You load up.
Chi-Li now has that pleasure.
Nice.
But something I hadn't thought about until Kimmy brought it up this morning.
What's that?
Yeah.
There is a time where that comes to an end because, Kimmy, you saw this and your first thought was?
My first thought was, at what age does your kid realize they're getting the cheap stuff?
You were chintz.
Because like Five Below is great under a certain age because like they don't. I mean, it's just new stuff, right?
Yeah.
They don't really care like quality.
It's
or
got all their favorite characters.
Name
They're
brand,
gonna
stuff
break
like
it
that.
anyway, yeah.
But like they
They
also
are.
have some like knockoff stuff that's like almost the real thing, like close enough. But at some age, your kid's gonna start to want the good stuff.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's a great question. When do your kids start to notice the difference between cheap and good stuff?
It's got to be when you start hitting close to the teens.
I think it's before that.
Like 11?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have an 11 and 13-year-old, two girls.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the answer to that question.
Really? Because I think between like our nieces and nephews, some of them are getting to that point. So like I was
It's not
thinking about
cool.
that this Christmas. Like they're asking for like specific brands
Okay.
of things.
Oh, then you're out.
Yeah.
So there are things, like certain things my daughters are aware of the brand of. And it's like some of the stupidest things. You know what a Stanley water bottle is?
I'm guessing it's a high-end water bottle. Is that skinny one?
No, I mean, they have some ones that are skinny. It just looks like an old water bottle that like
Like a thermos?
yeah,
Oh.
kind of, just with like a top and a straw.
So is that a throwback?
They're super expensive.
Oh, really? But now that's the new trend.
Yes, and like they sell tons of water bottles just like them that don't say Stanley on
Right.
them. But
But
my
your kid knows
daughters,
the difference.
Yes, they specifically want
Yeah.
Stanley water
She
bottles.
wants the name.
Yeah, I ain't gonna spend $40, $30, $40,
$30?
$50. These things.
Oh, they
these-
go up. I mean, depending on like the size and specific colors, they can get really expensive.
And like with my two girls too, the one thing that they want name brand of are sneakers. Like they know
Gee,
the
where did they
difference.
get that from?
That ain't me, bro.
That ain't me,
I was
bro.
gonna
That
say-
ain't me, bro.
You just
No,
showed me
no,
some
no.
stupid Simpson shoe you bought it.
I got one. I got a
would
pair for
say
me and for my
you may be
11-year-old.
at fault when it
No
comes to
kidding.
It's not just my kids. Every kid
Yeah.
at like 11, 12, 13 starts to realize the difference between shoes you buy at Walmart
Oh, sure.
and shoes that everyone else wears because shoes are a massive status symbol for kids. We've talked about this.
But the joy you'll get at a tricking a kid with some fake crap is amazing.
Do you hear the monster you
That-
sound like?
Not a monster at
that.
all.
That shouldn't be where the joy comes from. The joy comes from getting them a bunch of stuff instead of, just like maybe one expensive thing.
All right. So, I'm in New York City for, seeing family. It was right around this time.
Yeah.
And I go down to Canal Street and I'm walking around. They had all those tchotchkula stands and stuff like that.
Knockoffs.
So I get my nephew. I get him a Swiss Navy knife set.
I didn't even know the Swiss had a Navy.
They don't. And it's because, the Swiss Army knife is iconic, right?
Sure, yes.
So this was Swiss Navy knife,
Okay.
badass, like, aviator sunglasses, which doesn't match up with the Navy stuff.
Well, some of them fly.
And
Top
then,
Gun.
Top Gun. And then a flashlight.
Oh.
He was 8.
I was just going to say, you gave an 8-year-old a knife?
Yeah. Knife, but it had all this stuff like, you
No,
could do
no, but it still has a knife on it and he's 8.
It had the multiple knives and stuff. But It was like the coolest thing I could have given this kid, man, because it had the sunglasses for his little
Did
head.
the sunglasses even fit his head?
Yeah, it was for kids.
Oh,
was
well,
it
it,
for kids?
it wasn't like
I
a
thought you
perfect
bought him like
Ray-Ban
an
fit. It was
adult-
$10.
No, I thought you bought him like an adult set.
But think about that, man. Flashlight as a kid.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
And it was like one of them secret ones that had like a coder thing and all that. He was like, he played with it all day.
Okay, no, but like if you would have said the joy that he got when he got the present,
He
that
was
would
out
have
of
been
his
one thing.
mind.
No, but you led with the joy you feel when you trick a kid with a cheap thing.
Yeah, because I told him, man, I got that special. Like, they don't even make these anymore. Like, you got to sell it to the kid.
They don't ever make them because they don't have a
It's not a real
Navy
thing.
in Switzerland.
But, man, for $10. But for $10, I put a smile on that kid's face.
No,
That makes me a monster?
No, it makes you a monster for leading with, I
Yeah.
want to trick the kid with price, not he was happy for the gift.
But you got to admit, you have to trick kids into happiness. Isn't that part of parenting?
I think that there's also something that comes with this, and I don't know why people feel the need to do this.
Right.
But if they get you something like that, they also want to tell you how cheap
Yes!
they bought it for. And
Yes.
I think I just
I'm like, you
did.
didn't have to say it. Like, you could just let me enjoy the gift without telling me that
Oh.
you got it on sale.
I did. Hey, to my credit,
Yeah.
I told him I spent a lot of money on it. I made it
Oh,
out
that
like
makes
it
you
was
such a
like
good person.
it was like really rare to get one of these, and Uncle Tommy spent.
No, but you don't have to
I
tell
think-
him
I
anything
don't
about
think
the
he would've
price.
Took a
cared.
special trip to get it for you.
You're down to Canal Street. Very
don't know
special
what that-
trip. Goes back to our other conversation we were just having.
But he don't know. Different canal.
252 WCMF with a Five Below opening in Chi-Li. Folks, kids out that way, very excited. Kimmy asks, what age does your kid start to notice the difference between the cheap stuff and the good stuff? Now, there is a little known secret
What's that?
that parents of young kids could take advantage of. Depending on where you shop with your kid, you could hide for most of their lives that there are more expensive or higher end things
For their
them.
lives.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you were to keep your kid out of the Target and Walmart toy sections,
Yeah.
if you only went clothes shopping at certain stores, you could save a ton of money for like a decade.
Yeah, but wouldn't their friends kind of let them on?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
in middle school years is
Yeah.
where that's going to start
All
to
the
become-
early
comparisons
Yes,
start.
but
Alright.
like, I mean,
So trickery.
but like parents, and I'm guilty of this too, man. You make this mistake of wanting to get your kids really cool toys up front.
It's a waste.
It's not a waste. It's just not financially smart.
That's what I wait. That's
No,
the definition of waste.
No, because a waste would be the kid doesn't appreciate it. And the kids usually do appreciate it, but they would appreciate something cheap if they didn't know this expensive thing existed.
Sure.
You know,
Right.
like
It's, being
name
aware.
brand characters of dolls and games and things like that. If they're unaware that those exist and you can
Yeah.
get the same characters for much cheaper, just a different product at Five Below,
Do it.
Yeah.
but you would have to keep your kid out of these
Yeah.
other places their entire
Shield
lives.
them.
All right.
And then hope like no grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle gets them something like that. You would have
Right.
to be on the same page with everybody. Only buy my kid cheap crap.
Yeah, that'd be kind of hard to pull off long term.
Yeah, because there's always that dick uncle who wants
Yeah.
to I am that dick uncle.
I
That
bet.
buy the most loud, nice thing for the kid just so you can be the favorite. I buy nicer things for my nieces and nephews than I buy for my kids.
You do?
Yeah,
You make their parents look so bad.
I do.
Yeah.
It's all by design. I bought my niece like a, what do you call those things? A-frame ground tree house last year.
Damn.
It had a rock climbing wall on the side of it. I bought my nephew.
I mean, you know what the real estate
Man, you
market
went
is right
big.
now.
I bought my nephew a plastic rideable spaceship that you can like sit in and it makes noises. I wanted to play with it,
Man, that does sound cool.
but I haven't gotten to play with it yet.
Rideable spaceship.
Yeah, it was pretty damn cool. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, once your kid knows about things, it's over, kind of like we said before. He says, my 10-year-old does Legos, doesn't want anything to do with knockoff Legos. I know that pain.
Yeah, you
I
were saying
didn't know they
Legos
had-
are like ridiculous.
They have
$300.
knockoff Legos.
Yeah, they
So
fit-
you can't combine like the knockoff Legos with the real Legos?
No, you can.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I didn't know if like they fit
They're
together.
interchangeable.
Yeah, they are. I mean,
Oh.
they look slightly different, and they're
All
not
right.
as high quality. But no, my daughter's into Legos. My youngest, she knows
Yeah.
the difference.
She
too.
definitely knows.
But it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's the same damn piece. It's the same.
It's just
damn piece.
plastic.
Yeah.
It's just cheap plastic.
It's like a quarter of the price.
Yeah, I would definitely get my kid hooked up on busted Lego.
The busted Lego people look busted though.
Yeah.
Like they look.
Their faces are just slightly off.
It's all like the color of the pieces are weird. Like you can tell like their machines don't cut them as clean as like the real Lego people.
Yeah.
Like their shoulder has like a hump on one side. You know what I mean? All right, so go enjoy your Five Below out in Chi-Line.
Yeah.
And if you have young kids, do everything you can.
Take advantage while you can.
You got it. Keep
Yeah.
them away from expensive stuff. We're going to take a break.
Mm-hmm.
The Golden Bachelor, which we've been talking about now for months.
Yeah.
Not so much what's happening on the show, but the fact that this show even exists in the first place.
It's a hit, I hear.
Yeah, because weirdos like you. Have you been watching it?
No, but my wife has. Hey, honey, Pat thinks you're a weirdo.
Look, man, I love your wife. I'll tell her right to her face. That show. It's hit its first major public snag.
Yeah.
Because the way that they sold this Golden Bachelor.
I'm surprised it took this long.
And like Kimmy.
Well, she
'Cause
would
they
have to come
promoted
out.
it.
She would have to come out and say this happened.
Oh,
right?
True.
But that was gonna happen. It was gonna happen.
Yeah.
We'll tell you the massive scandal that has now rocked the
Yeah.
Golden Bachelor, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. Get ready to start the NFL week off. We all should have seen this coming.
What happened?
And the fact that nobody who loves the show did shows how naive we choose to be. Because when you see a man in his 70s who claims to be wholesome, yet also chooses to do a reality TV show where he's going to have sex with several elderly women, those two things don't really add up.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, don't worry about it. There is a show that has become a hit on ABC, and we told you about it for the first time about a year ago, only because we couldn't believe it was real. You're familiar with The Bachelor? This is The Golden Bachelor. A man in his 70s, Jerry Turner, who lost his wife of 43 years just 1 month after they moved into their dream retirement home. Now, that actually happened.
Yeah.
And this man had not met another woman, had not dated, but he was ready to get back out there.
He's got like 3 adult daughters
Yep.
that fully supported him doing this.
You got it. Well, Tommy, what better way to get over the death of your wife than to go on national television and pick from 30 women?
Get on another one.
So, as the shows have been going,
Yeah.
this has been gaining popularity. You said your wife loves
Yeah,
the show.
yeah.
Kimmy, do you watch this?
I have not seen any episodes, but I have caught clips of it on social media.
Okay. So they sell this man in his 70s as this wholesome, amazing guy who is just looking for love after losing the only woman he ever
It's
thought.
a great story, and he's a good guy.
And, he seems very old school the whole way through.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to hurt
Wholesome.
anybody's feelings.
sure.
They paint him as being a very romantic guy.
Well,
you know?
it turns out that may not be the case.
So what dirt they find?
So there's a couple of things that came out in the Hollywood Reporter. So first of all, if you watch the show, they describe this Golden Bachelor, Jerry Turner, as a retired restaurateur who hung it up in 2006 at the age of 55. That's when he retired. The truth is, the last time he owned a restaurant was 1985.
Oh.
And he had several jobs since then. In fact, many of his jobs came after his supposed retirement. For example, he worked as a maintenance man at a mental health center after 2006.
Oh, all right. So he's been working past 55?
Apparently, yes.
Yeah,
and
right.
as a maintenance man. Like, they sell him as, like, this suave, dapper, successful guy.
Multi-millionaire.
Yeah, and, like, don't get me wrong, man. I'm not here to, like, crap on anybody that has a job
Right.
like that. That's what we'd be doing if we didn't have this job. But
Okay, all right.
doesn't really fit
But not
the
the
character.
worst. Not the worst.
Yeah.
Okay,
Pat.
all right, fair enough. You're right.
Working man.
So here's where else it gets a little rough.
Wow.
Part of the draw of the show is, again, he's looking for a woman to find after the love of his life is
ready.
gone. Yes. And he claimed he had not dated in 45 years. He was married to his wife. He dated her, and since then, he has not seen another woman.
He's been off it.
Yeah, turns out that's a lie.
Really?
During his maintenance gig, he met a woman whom he dated for almost 3 years.
Oh.
The relationship started about a month after his wife passed away.
Well, that's a different story.
Now, hold on.
Okay.
That doesn't sound great, but that is not an uncommon thing for widowers to do.
No, but that's not the story that they sold this
Sure.
guy.
You
No,
got
you're
it.
absolutely
You're
right. Yeah.
I'm
You got
not.
it.
I'm not going to judge how somebody grieved.
Fine,
Right,
even though you lied. So the couple broke up in 2019.
Just didn't work out.
It depends on your definition of working out.
All right.
According to this woman, they broke up because he told her she was too fat to take to his high school reunion.
Oh,
Because, to my point, she didn't work out. She was too fat to go to a reunion of fatties.
This is his claim, that he had to break up with her because she was too fat to take to his high school reunion. She admits she had gained 10 pounds since the relationship started.
That's sad on so many levels. First of all, you think you're going to impress anybody at an old age going to a high school reunion? Like, there's going to a bunch of wrinkly, fat, old people. Like, but you would impress these people after, what, 60 years from being out of high school?
Yeah, he would have been 68, 69
That's
at
what
the
I'm saying.
time.
And you're worried about that, number one. And then you tell her to lose weight.
No, he didn't tell her to lose weight. He said, I'm breaking up with you
Oh,
because you're too fat.
you're not even
it's
getting a
done.
shot.
It's
All
done.
right.
Now, that would be bad. That would be really, really,
Wait,
really
there's
bad. There might be. Ooh. While they were living together, they were living together at the time, by the way. So not only did he have a girlfriend, he had a live-in girlfriend that just never came up. She says he told her to get out of the house.
Threw her out of the house.
While she was packing, she says she fell down some stairs and ended up needing foot surgery.
All right.
Even then, he wouldn't let her stay in the house any longer. He made her go to a hotel.
yikes.
There were also reportedly at least 2 other women he dated before becoming the Golden Bachelor.
So he was a
Okay.
player.
Now, here's the thing.
He was out there. He was out there on the dating scene.
Oh,
for
he's a
sure.
player.
And look, don't misunderstand what we're talking about here. Like, in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to other scandals we've seen, this is nothing.
No.
Right.
And I don't blame a guy for dating women after his wife passes away. What is amazing, however, is when you have a national reality show that you knew people were going to watch.
Using his real name, real family.
Mm-hmm.
How did you think this wasn't going to come out?
I don't know.
Why would you sell him as what you sold him as, only for this to come out in the middle of the show?
Yeah, that's a good point. You would think they would do their deep research because, I mean, whoever investigated found all this stuff.
Well, the woman came forward.
Yeah.
Even just employment history.
Thank you. Like, this woman was going to come forward, right? Like, this guy at 70, what is he, 72? Is that how old
I
he
think
is?
they said he's
I think
72.
70,
You thought he was going to keep all this hidden from America?
You know, the problem is, though, like, they had to find a good-looking, everyday 70-year-old man.
Sure.
Think of how small that pool of people are, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't have a lot to work with, so maybe he was the best bet.
No, but here's the thing. You didn't have to sell him as a guy who hasn't had a date
I
in
mean,
45
the other guy they
years.
were looking at was like Whitey Bulger.
Whitey Bulger.
He looked good in his 80s.
No, he didn't.
Did
He's
he?
been dead for like 5 years. Nobody that hasn't seen The Departed has no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
No, but like, why couldn't you just sell this as a guy? Because he's still good looking.
Oh, yeah,
He
yeah.
still has that success in his background. You know, like many men who have lost their wives, he hasn't found the one, and he's going to find it.
Yeah. You can kind of gloss over it.
You didn't have to make up this fairy tale that he had
He
one
kicked out
woman.
a chubby.
Jeez, man, you're too fat. I'm breaking up with you. And here's
There's
the
your
thing.
next reality show.
And here's the thing.
You're too fat for the reunion. Then go break your foot.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the Golden Bachelor. The man, Jerry Turner, it turns out, lied about a bunch of things, according to the Hollywood Reporter. He did not retire at 55 in 2006. In fact, he hadn't owned a restaurant, as they claim that he was, since 1985. He had several jobs after his supposed retirement, like a gig as a maintenance man at a mental health center, While there, they say he dated a woman for up to 3 years. They ended up living together. She claims that they broke up in 2019 because he told her she was too fat to take to his high school reunion. While leaving, she says she fell down the stairs, needed foot surgery after hurting her foot, said that he wouldn't let her stay any longer, made her go to a hotel. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
She could be lying about all of that stuff. She could be lying about you're too fat. She could be lying about the foot stuff, but it still doesn't change the fact that the story is
It's
wrong.
out, it's out there. And by the way, this ain't the end of it.
You don't think so?
There never is with these things. There's going to be once somebody starts talking, it gets other people talking.
Like you're gonna get this,
It's
he
always like-
cheated on his wife's story or something along those lines. Because
And every time we see that he cheated with his wife, and then he goes, well, this is the only time, and then here come 3 more chicks to a microphone.
We'll find out if people care that much, right? Like if this really blows up in his face. Otherwise those stories could go. People could tell those stories, but if nobody cares, then we'll never know.
Now, here's the thing, though. I mean, the show has become very successful.
It has.
Which is disappointing. I'm disappointed in all of you
Why?
listening. What do you mean,
I'd
why?
watch it. I would watch it. I might watch. Man, if he has to address these issues on the show,
It's already taped. It's done.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I think
completely-
He would have
they-
to address it on like the last.
I know they were at
reunion.
the end.
the
yeah.
last one, the last rose.
No, the show after the last rose.
The
Yeah, that
reunion.
one. Man, that one.
Stop pointing at me like that, you creepy old
No,
man.
but I wonder if it helps the show.
Oh man, if I didn't watch a single minute of the show, but I knew they were going to bring this woman into the reunion, you're not checking that out.
And now she's looking good.
She lost it. No, I mean, it's tough at that age to lose
She only
weight.
had to
Well,
lose
she was
10
younger than him, I thought,
lbs,
too,
bro. She
right?
could do that.
Oh, was she younger?
I thought I saw that she was like significantly younger.
That's how Jerry rolls.
No,
Unless
that's
that was a
actually what
different.
got her kicked out of the house.
Jerry rolls. Yeah,
I mean, I don't have a picture over here.
it's so interesting.
But like,
What?
I don't know. Like, why would you put some random man up on a pedestal like this? Like, if you
But
watch
that's
this-
television. That's
No,
all
but,
our reality shows now.
But if you've watched this show and bought into what they sold you,
Yeah.
you deserve this because it never works out this way. How? Every time do people go, no, this one's different, and then it's never different, and you go, oh, what a jerk.
Well, I will say this one's different because of the promos I've seen for it. He's crying.
Yes, like, yeah.
He's, I don't want to break her heart. I feel terrible.
She's not fat. I don't want to break her heart.
She already broke the table.
Yeah, so the woman that's accusing him of that is 14 years younger.
Wait, you didn't want to take her to a reunion because she was too fat? She's 14 years younger than you. You dick. All right, so next time you pop on The Golden Bachelor, just keep this in mind.
Yes.
They should put up a sign on his bedroom that says no fatties. This is a joke. All right, let's take a break. Tommy, you think as you get older as a man, you mature, you become a real man, an adult.
Yes.
But it turns out age isn't always what does that for you.
Oh.
Well, because Kimmy discovered yesterday in a weird interaction with someone that works here that this man is more of an adult than you thought he was.
This is how I know somebody is ready to settle down and get married.
Oh.
I know a man is an adult when. Ooh, right. And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. My family loves me. Grown men do grown men things.
Sure.
We have jobs, we have kids, we shave our faces. But it turns out what we think makes us grown men, adults, it might be different than what the ladies actually see. Because the lady in this room was very impressed by one man who works with us yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that stood out to me.
Something, Kimmy, you said you would have never expected.
No, but you know what? I think it changes my perspective on this person.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it up, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And the State Department of Transportation put out a video that happened just outside of Rochester yesterday. And it's an accident that happened on Wednesday. And what this person was thinking, trying to do this next to this vehicle.
Oh.
I thought we all decided, hey, when this is around, we're going to be cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with it.
We'll get to it just after 9:25, 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Kimmy and I are sitting around here after the show. Tommy's not here because it was 10:01. And, we get along with all our coworkers really well.
Yeah, good people around here.
Yep, so Breezy and Moose, they work down on PXY. They pop their heads in. They all come in. We're hanging out.
Yeah.
And, Kimmy, you noticed something about Moose.
Yeah, he had something in his hand. He had a, I don't even know, like a high-end Tupperware container.
Oh.
And it was one of those Tupperware containers that you don't invest in unless you have your stuff together. Okay. Because I've seen him with other Tupperware similar, which would imply that he has a set of matching Tupperware.
Okay.
Oh.
Which to me, that says, hey, you know what? That guy's got something going on. He's got his stuff together.
No, he's a bachelor.
Yes, he is. Single guy.
Like if
I
I
don't know
was-
if he's single. I mean,
But,
he might be dating
he's
someone, not married.
Yeah. 40-ish, close to 40.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
If I was a single woman meeting him for the first time and I saw that he had a matching Tupperware set, I would think, you know what? I think this man's ready to settle down and get married.
All right.
So you're telling me, Kimmy,
Yep.
that you first saw Moose as an adult with his stuff together
Yep.
because he had a nice Tupperware set.
100%.
Food container.
Yep.
Matching lid.
Matching lid.
Not all stained up.
Nope.
So it's something small. But, I mean, I guess it does speak volumes of the type of person he is, right? It shows preparedness.
Yeah.
Well, you're kind of settled down. Is what it
Organized.
You take responsibility.
Right.
And it shows you take care of your things.
Right.
I guess when you look at it like that, it makes sense. But she said this to me as he walked out of the room, and I almost fell on the ground. I was laughing so hard that something that small can make a woman go, oh, that man's got his life together.
It just didn't match to me. Like I when he walked in here with it, it was the first thing I noticed.
So, it was so funny to me. I kept thinking about it driving home.
Oh.
And the more I thought about it, the more Kimmy might be onto something. Because all of those things that show up in Moose's personality, because he has a set of really nice Tupperware that he's taking care of, they're all things that women would want in someone as they start to get older. Because, when you look around, there are plenty of guys in their 30s, 40s, and 50s that don't have the traits of being prepared, showing responsibility, and taking care of things.
No, they don't invest in that kind of stuff.
It shows home life.
Oh.
Right?
I mean, I guess. Yeah, you're not buying something on the
You
way to
care
work.
about your things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're cutting something up, bringing it in that you prepared
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, which also
right.
says you're kind of concerned about how you eat.
Okay. Well, no, he could have filled it with pasta fagioli. You don't know. He is Italian.
Yeah, true. But if you bring your food in like that, I'm guessing you're probably a little bit more. You're a food prepper.
Okay, Spazzano brings food in all the time. Does that look like anything I've never seen a watermelon or a strawberry in any of those containers. It's like 9 pounds of lasagna.
Think about the first time, if ever, you had a matching Tupperware set. And at what point were you
It was a
in
wedding
your life?
gift.
I've never had a matching Tupperware set in my life.
Or even thought about
No,
it.
I
It
mean,
wasn't
it's just-
until you really decided, you know what,
Right.
I'm going to stop being a kid here and be a grown adult.
Well, no, what's great is when you buy Chinese, you get free Tupperware. I'm not even exaggerating.
Well, that's not Tupperware.
It is.
No,
It-
people
that's-
will keep that
I
stuff,
keep that stuff
thrown
every
in
time.
some
But
cabinet.
but that's not legitimate. It's going to hold up Tupperware.
Does the same thing, man.
Not for long.
Okay, yeah, no, I've
Stick it
had.
in a microwave and then talk to me.
You don't heat it up and you don't put it in the dishwasher.
Well,
You
that's
hand
why
wash it.
it's not good.
You got to hand wash
That's
it.
called your hands.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What little things do you see in a man that lets you know he's an adult? And
Not
let's-
in their house, but just out and about.
Something, I mean, whatever you
Okay.
can think of, right? And let's keep in mind here, age has nothing to do with it, and employment has nothing to do with it, because there are guys that have great jobs in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They're married with kids, and they still live like bachelors when no one is looking. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 292-9263. What little things do you see in a man that lets you know he's an adult?
Because I know another one, too, that I saw in my husband's buddy. He moved apartments,
Okay.
And he decided that he goes, I got to get a Christmas tree. Now, nobody made him get a Christmas tree, but
legit, like he went out and got a real tree.
Yeah, for himself. And I was like, oh, you decorated for the holidays. Like, I wouldn't think that that's something that a single guy would think to do unless it was like, to our point that we talked about yesterday, like beer can themed Christmas
Joke
holidays.
Stuff.
Okay.
You know?
I'm going to throw something out there.
Yeah.
Single man that decorates for Christmas on his own, that dude's a weirdo.
What?
Thoughts?
Why do you say that?
Tommy, if you walked into a buddy's house.
Did you have you never had a Christmas tree?
We had
as
a joke
single guy?
Christmas tree.
It's always
That's
joke.
what I mean.
Yeah.
Like a one that's not a joke.
Yeah, no. If you legitimately as a single man decorate your house for the holidays and not a joke.
Like your mom would.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
You're a weirdo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like that. And I'm
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
that might be a little crazy. I will say that if how about pets? If you have a normal pet like a dog.
No.
But it does show like you take care of something. It shows like you're responsible, you take care of something.
No, because you didn't. You had a dog as a single man, and you didn't take care of it, or you took care of it, but you fed him all kinds of bad things. It ate a razor blade one time.
Not by
How many cakes did that dog eat?
One cake. And the razor blade is because our buddy left all his coke out.
The point I'm making is, I mean, that dog went long, but it's not like you were like furiously doing all you could to make sure it was getting the best.
But it does show something.
The other day you said off mic, they told me I gotta get like the good food, but I just kept buying away with stuff. He lived to 15.
Yeah, he did.
No.
I said if you saw a guy with a dog.
Okay. I mean, it does show a level of responsibility. Yeah.
Okay.
But I know a lot of like younger single guys that still lived like slobs that had pets.
Right.
You
Thank
know what
you.
I mean? I
Thank
don't know
you.
if that's a sure sign that somebody's a real adult.
Maybe the type of dog, because if I see anything like a golden retriiever or a lab or anything like that.
You've invested, yeah.
No, I think that dude's still a bum. If I see like a fun outside dog, that dude's a bum. If I see like a small teacuppy, more adulty dog.
Wait. Grown man, teacup dog.
Yeah, what's the problem?
I would put that with Christmas tree, dude. That's a weirdo.
No.
Because every guy wants a fun dog. That's the dog your girlfriend talks you into when you were walking around the mall and you were half buzzed.
No, but you just said it yourself. Lab,
Fun
golden
dog.
retriever, those are
Fun
fun
dog.
dogs because you're still a fun dude. You're not an adult yet. You're
Yeah,
out
but
having fun.
teacup
We're going to
dude.
get him drunk. We're going to take him out to the park and try and meet chicks with him.
Yeah.
That's not an adult. That's a guy having fun.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy realized yesterday that Moose, our coworker down on PXY, is now an adult because he had really nice Tupperware. Your mic's off.
Matching Tupperware. And nice matching Tupperware. That stuff's not cheap.
And the kid's a goof. We love him, but he's a goof. It completely changed your outlook on Moose.
Yeah.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Bill real quick. Hey, Bill, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man. My first thing that came to mind was it was his mother's Tupperware, and she packed his lunch.
Could also be that, I suppose.
Well, we do know he's got his own place, so unless his mother is showing up and making his lunch for him.
All righty, that's all I got.
All right, Bill, great call. Have a good rest of the day. We had asked what blank makes a man an adult. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to James. James, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, man, it's several things here. Piling up clothes, the way the bathroom looks, just overall tidiness.
Okay, but that's not subtle. Like, as soon as you walk into somebody's home if they're a bum or not.
Yeah.
And, like, if you were just to run into somebody on a regular basis, you wouldn't be able to tell if their house was a pig pen. I mean, there are people that look nice, and you go back to their... How many women have you met, Tommy, where they look gorgeous put together?
It would freak me out,
Right?
man. Oh, my God.
Like a kid.
Like, James, what's the most I have my shiznit together thing when you walk out of the house every day? Like, you take pride in that little thing that people can see.
My overall, my hardwood floors are shining, spotless.
Your hardwood
everything's in
floors are
order.
shining.
Yeah, he walks out with a
The
piece
trail. You know the trail that men leave? My wife used to call it, oh, you left the trail again. It's a guy thing,
Yeah.
Everything's all over the place. And that's what kids do, too, take your shoes, you get in, you take your jacket off, your shoes off, the socks and stuff like that, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, James,
Right.
But it's just that everything's in order.
Okay. So
When everything's in order, your mind-
everything is the subtle
Yeah.
little thing that you could tell makes a man an adult.
Oh, the subtle. I don't think there's anything subtle about men.
You mean like Kevin Tupper? James, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Was that my mistake?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was a tidy, clean house.
No, I'm just saying, like, it was little. Yeah, I mean, it would, but like, how do you tell
Something
someone's
you see somebody out of the house.
How can you tell someone's a millionaire? Oh, check their bank account. Yeah, dumbass, we got it.
Okay. What do you think of what somebody was eating? Like what was in the Tupperware?
I knew you were going with. I knew it. I knew.
Oh, I was going to say.
Yeah, because you were going to think of it too.
No, I wasn't. No, because you're a priss ass food judger, is what you are.
Not priss.
Okay.
But let's say he was eating like non-traditional guy lunch.
Give me an example.
Well, what would a guy eat?
I don't know, sandwich, pizza, spaghetti.
Some kind of leftovers.
Yeah.
What if he made his own salad and brought it in for lunch?
You're talking to the salad king over there.
Yeah, bro, do I look like an adult to you?
No, you don't make your own salad. You go to salad joints.
No, you're
I
right.
tell you what, if he made his own
right.
salad and brought in like a healthy meal,
Okay.
would that show that he's ready to settle down? He's taking his diet, his health concerns.
Sure. But I think you'd have to have consistency there.
Right.
And I don't know, Kimmy. There are lots of guys that like food prep
Yeah.
and work out that are
Yeah.
also clowns.
Yeah.
All right.
Like they're super immature. They just, in that part of their life, they're very focused.
All right.
Like your husband's that guy,
Yeah.
and he's a clown. Love him. Kid's a clown.
It's on a calendar.
He is very sexy clown.
What about, you bring up food though, like what about the way somebody orders food? Because like if I was going on a date with a guy and he took me to a nice place and he really knew the menu and like how to order things.
What do you mean how to order? Because I've heard this before and nobody's been able to explain.
Tried a food that you would never, it kind of like, I guess his range of knowledge of food.
So the more knowledgeable he is about food.
Unique types of food.
So you want a fat guy?
Could be, yeah. I mean, why couldn't a fat guy have his stuff together?
No, he could.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we're talking about like, how do you know a guy has his stuff together? Maybe it's his, palate.
All right. What about what he drinks? What?
Give me an example.
Well, we made fun of Crowley.
Yeah.
Because Crowley would drink a stemmed glass of red wine.
For those who are newer to the show, Crowley was a boss we had a couple of years ago. He was on the air. Great guy. He was the weirdest, skinniest, hipster ass, but like also hated everybody dude on the planet.
Yeah, but he would drink a stemmed glass of red wine when you went out with him for drinks.
Yes.
So I was killing him for it.
Mm-hmm.
But a woman might look at that as a more sophisticated guy.
Well, but see,
he's got his maybe has a good job, takes care of business.
All right, so a man who drinks wine the right way.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing.
A man that drinks wine, period, out.
You saw the Tupperware that Kimmy described. You heard that story, and you thought that makes Moose put together.
Mm-hmm.
You saw Crowley drinking that stemmed wine glass, and you made fun of her for being a bitch.
Right. But what would a woman see?
Kimmy, man drinking red wine out of a stem glass the right way. Does that
you're
show?
off your
I
drinks.
think that
dinner.
shows a level of sophistication, even though you could have no idea what you're drinking. But there is something about you choosing to drink wine that puts off a vibe like that.
Yeah, you're not eating dinner here. You're just at the bar drinking.
Dude drinking red wine out of a stem glass gives me the same vibe as single man who decorates legitimately for Christmas. Because, I feel like you're just doing it to try to impress somebody.
They could be, but they're also not afraid of your judgment. They're doing it despite...
Oh, it's confidence.
Yeah. Maybe it's confidence, and it's also, I'm too old to care about what other people think.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess confidence would be one of the main things then.
Okay,
how much confidence the guy has in himself.
No, because there's a bunch of idiots who have confidence in really stupid things.
All right, no, but good confidence.
No, but there's no such thing as good or bad confidence. Confidence is confidence. It's what you have confidence in.
Right, well, confidence that takes you down a good path.
You sound like James now. We're going to their house and be like, are you mature? Oh, yeah, you are.
There was a woman on hold, and I wish she stayed on hold, but she said... I know he has his stuff together based on his haircut.
What does she mean by that?
I don't know.
Oh, well, that doesn't help us.
Well, you don't have one of these cockamamie kid haircuts.
What's
you
a
have
cockamamie kid?
You have a traditional man cut.
What, you mean like Johnny Unitas?
Yeah.
That's a haircut you can set your watch to.
But you know how these haircuts are now.
No, I don't.
Really? We make fun of guys on TV with them all the time.
Okay, when you see my hair comb, do I have a man haircut or a cockamamie
You
haircut?
got cockamamie cut.
No, with that.
Well, take that lid off.
What? Well, it's
your
not,
hair.
It's not combed right now.
Yeah, you got the hipster cut.
What are you talking about?
You got the Richie Cunningham part with
up.
the hipster sideburns.
Back-to-back Richie Cunningham reference days.
The trim beard.
What? Yeah. Kimmy, do I have a cockamamie cut?
It's not a traditional cut.
I think it's the way you wear it, right? So, when it's all like that, it's not doing much for you. But when you trim the beard, when it's a little bit shaped, it looks much better.
There you go.
What is this?
All right, so grooming.
You just took a hat off in your defense.
All right, so grooming.
Didn't have anything with the beard.
Well, no, but you trim it.
Sometimes.
All right, so let's say you're well groomed.
Okay. No, but again, there are well-groomed idiots.
Yeah, that's true.
There are?
Yeah, you go to the zoo, there's plenty of well-groomed chimpanzees. They're still chimpanzees, man. There are moments as a grown man where you realize you may not be the mature adult you think you are.
Oh, wow.
Well, those moments often come when you are left alone away from your spouse or your children. Because, Tommy, it is amazing how guys can fall back into their worst habits when no adult is there to hold them accountable.
All right.
Like, just personally, that is one of my worst traits. If my wife goes away for a week and takes the kids, or I'm out of town without her, without realizing it, I become a bum-ass 20-year-old kid instantly.
So you fall right back.
Bro, I'm eating out all my meals. I'm drinking way more than I normally do. If my schedule, you know how regimented I am?
Yeah.
Flies out the window. And you are lucky if I have pants on when you knock on my door. And it happens in a matter of like 24 hours. And I don't even do it intentionally.
Yeah.
It just happens. And then it's like...
You break the bare ass on the couch.
Bare ass on
rule.
the... Don't tell her.
Well, I'm sure she assumes.
No, I think she trusts my bare ass not to be on the couch, but when she's gone, it's all bare ass on the couch. But, like, it's funny. I'll have, like, a moment, like, after she's been gone 24, 36 hours where I just, like, come to and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Women don't do that, right?
No.
No, I don't think I changed my lifestyle when my husband's
when
not
have you ever
home.
been bare ass on a couch?
No, I'm not.
You've never bare assed a couch once in your life?
No, it's not even comfortable.
What depends on
Especially
what kind
for
of couch.
women, man.
How do you know? You're not a
And
woman.
again, like I don't want to sit where I also lay my face sometimes.
Get pink eye that way.
Yeah.
You get more than pink eye.
But, like, if I
It's
were
never a thought.
If I were to take my kids for the weekend somewhere, like my wife wouldn't spend 3 days drinking wine in the same pair of underwear for 72
No, my wife would have 4 projects going on in that house at the same time.
Thank you. Like, I would come home, the house would be spotless, there would be candles
More
lit at the pantry.
organized.
Yes, exactly. Like, she wouldn't sit and eat a whole large pizza by herself and leave the box on the kitchen island for 5 days.
There'd be like a gift wrapping organizer thing now in the closet.
252 WCMF with Kimmy seeing that Moose had really good matching Tupperware yesterday.
I'm jealous.
And claiming that makes him a grown-ass adult who has his stuff together. We got Facebook messages coming in from men and women.
What they
We
say?
had asked, I know a man is an adult put together when. Stacy writes, a man is a real adult when he knows the right amount of cologne to put on.
All right.
She goes on.
That
There
is
goes
a
the West
delicate
Side.
balance.
She goes on. I noticed it in my 20s. Guys that drown themselves in cologne are hiding something or aren't smart enough to stop.
Also the type of cologne, because if you're still wearing the same cologne you wore in high school, like I am.
whoa.
Well, there are some smells. Think about it. Like if you know a guy's
Drakkar.
wearing Abercrombie or like that old school Adidas.
Okay.
Or,
Facts.
you know what I mean? Like there are some
Okay.
smells that you know right away. It takes you right back to being a 16-year-old.
So you had to be an adult. It has to be an adult cologne.
All right, let me ask you a question. Everybody liked to wear polo blue when I was in high school. If my wife was into it, I would wear polo blue every day. Would that make me a bum? 30,
But
37?
you're married.
Well, no,
But I'm
saying
guessing
But
if
if you hit the
if I'm
bar with
meeting
that
you for
today-
the first time.
polo blue?
Yeah. You hit the bar right now with that stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a turnoff.
You think so? Polo
I don't
blue?
know.
Oh,
You're
I don't
competing
know
with
if I'd
all those other
recognize that one right away.
colognes now.
yeah, but this is standard, baby.
It's
West
a
Side Standard.
They don't even advertise it anymore.
They don't have to.
Is that what it
That's
is?
how good it is.
Oh.
Brian writes us, you're not a real adult until you know how to tie a tie. If you have one already hanging or have a clip on, you're still a little boy.
Oh,
Okay, a clip-on is...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
I disagree with Brian.
About
Clip-on?
a clip-on?
Here's why. There are plenty of men who have simply never needed to know how to tie a tie.
Right, they don't have those kind of gigs.
Yeah,
So
right.
that
Like
doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you don't work with a job that has a tie, how often do you wear one?
Right.
But you can YouTube anything now.
Okay, yeah, but no, you can tell the guy who YouTubes how to tie a tie.
Okay.
You know immediately.
But
What if a
wouldn't
guy
you
has
rather give
cook-
it a try?
What if a guy is good in the kitchen?
A good cook?
Yeah.
Bro, how many chefs do we know that were
yeah.
complete disasters?
No, but what would a woman think? See, you're looking at it from our perspective. If a
Okay,
woman went over to his house
there's
and
a-
he could actually prepare a meal that she found edible,
There's
would that be something?
There's a difference though between it being like a turn on, I guess, and me thinking this guy's got his stuff together.
Okay, so
because
what-
yes, it's a
which one-
positive if you can cook, like that's awesome. But do I immediately think like you're ready to settle down and get married and
Rich
be an
risotto.
adult?
We got a
I
buddy.
don't know.
We got a buddy. Now I'm married. Older guy, friend of ours, good buddy, good dude.
Yeah.
Right? He's big into food. He knows how to cook well. He prepares these really interesting and intricate dishes.
Yeah.
That dude look like he's got his stuff together. Oh, no. We'll read one more. Facebook message is coming in. It's from Jesse. It's a lady, Jesse.
Ooh, messy Jesse.
Oh.
No, just around the house.
She writes, You're a real man when you know what a real date is. I don't want to go to a bar for wings and beer, and even going to dinner can get boring. Something like a walk in the park or ice skating or something that isn't normal tells me that person is mature and thinks deeper than other men.
Okay, so she wants a Hallmark date.
I love how you agreed with her until we got to walk in the park, because you pointed. Everyone watching the camera saw him point. Like, yeah, wait a minute. Take my finger back. Take it out of Messy. Nope. Away from Messy Jesse.
All right, so that's what she's looking for.
What's
like
the
a mature date.
What's the most unique first date you've ever taken a woman on?
First date.
Oh, unique.
I don't know what they were, because usually I would take them like to a really nice bar.
Okay, so Jesse's
to have cocktails.
Really nice bar.
Yeah, because it's a first date.
Sure, yeah.
That's a standard first date.
Buffalo
Yeah.
Wild, we're going to go with Buffalo
nice.
Wild Wings between 5 and 7 because you get half off appetizers.
Really good half-off apps and good drinks. No, but I would take them to a really nice cocktail lounge.
Okay.
Not a restaurant, a cocktail lounge.
Oh, wow.
Well, that means business maybe.
Kimmy, do you agree with Jesse's take on this one?
Some women that might be true for. I may be suspicious of somebody that goes that big on a first date.
I mean, a walk in the park's big.
Oh, okay. Walk in the park.
Ice skating?
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
I mean, that all works. I thought you meant like high-end first date.
No. She said going,
okay.
going to dinner can get boring. Something like a walk in the park or ice skating or something that
Oh,
isn't
no,
normal.
yeah, that's, yeah.
But the thing about that is that guy could be awfully boring. He's just taking you for a walk in the park. You don't really get an ice skating.
Well, but then you know, right?
And if he's boring, the walk in the park,
Yeah.
a boring guy wouldn't take you for a walk in the park. You have to be interesting for that date to work.
So maybe it means date without alcohol involved or date without something like that involved. Might
Call
mean
that a
you're more of
date?
an adult.
That's called like you're a little kid.
So you're still a child then. If you can't pull that date off.
No,
Yeah.
no, I want alcohol.
No, that's what I'm saying. You a child. You a bitch-ass baby child.
I'll take it. Give me a drink. Walk in the park, man, would suck.
But you'd really get to know somebody.
I don't want to know you right now. I want to drink. Then we'll get to know each other. Let's get some alcohol in us. That's when the truth come out.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Bro, you know what it's time for. We're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, I thought we had all agreed as a society, without even having to have a discussion, that when you're on the road, you do not mess around one of these things.
Oh.
But there's a video from somewhere in Rochester yesterday where this person decided they didn't want to wait.
They're messing.
They were going to try and make it around, and it ended very, very poorly for them.
It got on national news.
Did you see it?
I saw it. I saw it on the national news.
Like, that's how stupid this is. Even America was
Yeah.
like, what are you thinking?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. I thought we all agreed as a society that this isn't something we did.
Oh, all right.
No, like it didn't even have to be said out loud because when you are next to something of this size, in a situation where driving is not the best, what the hell are you thinking?
Yeah, it was pretty unique.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Brett Michaels is coming December 15th to the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. Must be 21 or older to attend a show at the Vine. We will get to this story in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that they can't talk to a woman without a drink in their hand, which makes them a pansy-ass bitch.
It makes me sophisticated.
Yeah.
Unlike you, who looks like you're trying to sell me knockoff cologne in the mall parking lot, man. Because you're just a cologne selling little bitch.
Well, you want to buy some or not? Time is money.
I might want to try some Brut.
We take all your bitch voices, we run it back for you. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I'm scared of and I'm scared of Kim's dad, so I won't make any Kimmy mom jokes, but I just
She also has a nice mother.
Bitch. My mom's not nice?
Oh, she's nice. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I had to get out of my car and scrape my window this morning, even though I didn't want to, because I was so cozy in my little car chair. Because I'm Pat Duffy. I'm a nice scraping little bitch.
Oh, you rich ass bitch. Oh, I live in Pittsburgh and I'm not rich, but I walk around with fancy boots on.
Oh, I'm Kimmy. Pat gets to go to Kansas City and have fun with the corporate boys, but I can't go because I didn't get an offer because I got to stay here with a shack-a-wearing little bitch.
Oh, I'm Tommy, and I claim to hate board games even though I look like I just stepped out of one today. Because I'm a Jumanji-looking little bitch.
2018, I graduated from Alfred University with a sports medicine degree.
Honestly, it's been a lot of fun. We hit over 10,000 subscribers this month.
That goddamn shopping
Oh, that's
cart.
it. That's all. That's all you got to say.
That's all I got.
Because I'm saying things about my coworker thinking she'll never get back, which I will because I know that her husband checks into the show sometimes. And then I say my wife tried to make it better, but now I can't insult my wife because I'm a scared-ass bitch-ass little bitch. Bitch-ass bitch. I was in the gym yesterday morning.
Oh, you working out?
You guys don't even have a right plan together.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
There's a video yesterday that the New York State Department of Transportation put out.
Yeah.
And it happened just outside of the city of Rochester on Wednesday. So we had our first snowstorm on Tuesday. Little storm.
Yeah,
Storm
yeah.
maybe isn't even the word. Don't write me. Ooh, you storm. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the plows were out all over the place. And this video is on a ramp that's becoming one lane getting onto what looks like 394, 95. You see the camera is looking under the windshield of the plow. And out of nowhere, this little red car appears to the left of the plow. He's trying to get past the plow before this road becomes one lane.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
Well, he ran out of space.
Yeah.
But instead of stopping like a normal human being, he tries to cut in front of the plow. His back tires spin out, and the plow hits him like T-bone side
just
style.
Creams the car, man.
And there was nothing this plow could do.
No.
It's all on the car. So the Department of Transportation put this video out yesterday to remind folks to give plows space because of, quote, how powerful they are and how much space they need. But until this video, who thought that message was necessary?
Yeah.
Because doesn't everyone see what a plow looks like?
Yes, and how huge they are. And it's one of these big highway trucks.
Yes!
Yeah, I'm not taking on a plow because you know you're going to lose.
No, like there's
Every time.
Like, Tommy, you said this was national news yesterday.
Yeah.
That's how stupid this person was. Everyone in America looked at this and goes, what the hell's wrong with you?
Don't do this.
Okay, like I get
And
that.
you can't even describe the situation any differently than how it happened if you're the car that got plowed because everybody watched it happen.
Yes. And like I also would love to know, it didn't look like a nice car.
No, it looked like an older model,
Right?
like smaller car.
How fast did you think your car was that you were going to clear that space before it became one lane?
Yeah.
You idiot. Now, look, I get that it can suck, getting stuck behind a plow on the road.
Yeah, it happens all winter.
But it also kind of feels like the safest place to be when the snow's coming down.
Yeah, the guy's moving the stuff out of the way for you.
Yeah, right? I mean, that is if there isn't salt blasting your windshield
Sure.
when you're behind
Well,
it.
you just back off of them.
But I've never tried to pass one.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Is it a good idea to try and pass a plow at any point? Because I know there are people that have done it. I have done it in the past. What are the rules for plow passing?
Well, you got to be on a 3-lane road, really. You'd have to be on a 3-lane highway to give that, because you're going to catch
room.
all that
Extra
stuff flying out
snow.
the truck. Yeah, you got to be on the 3rd lane.
Okay. I don't necessarily agree.
I mean, at my age, I wouldn't attempt it.
Well, you are a puss.
Well, go ahead, tough guy.
So, like,
Take it on the plow on the other side.
I take 390 South home to Henrietta.
That goes down to 2-lane.
Yeah, well, there's that space where it's 3-lane going past, like, Jefferson Road.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And the plows, for some reason, on a bad snow are always in the middle lane. I don't know why. I will go far left lane, and you're right. You got to time it right because you're going to get blasted with all that snow debris when you're driving past them.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure there's no one else in the lane ahead of you. But, like, it's a delicate, almost like cutting red wire, blue wire move.
So if the plow's in the center lane on a 3-laner, you'll take that 3rd lane.
I'll go left.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'm going to wait.
You just sitting, like, clenching your butt cheeks the whole time.
Yeah, I am. It is kind of invigorating.
Once you get past it.
Well, like, as that snow hits, you're right. It's like, I did it. I did it. It's a sense of accomplishment. And maybe that's a stupid thing for me to do.
But I don't think the plow guys like it. I think they would rather have that 2-lane gap.
Sure. Well, I mean, they should go see your mom then. But I guess the point I'm making is, like, it does get to a point where you've been behind that plow for so long, you have to do something.
All right.
Something.
So do you remember we did a show one night all the way out in Ontario, the city, town, when it was that snowstorm.
The city town of Ontario, yeah.
And I remember it was like, don't drive home, but I had to get home.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember I got behind one of those Webster plow trucks.
Yeah.
And all I could see was that strobe light on the back.
Oh, was that bad? Oh, I forgot.
Well, you
remember?
remember
My mom drove me home.
Yeah, remember there was nothing but snowmobilers at our show.
Yes.
Okay.
But like
That's the kind of pull we had.
Yes.
We sold out tickets to all of the snowmobilers within a 3-mile
Number one in the
radius.
snowmobile crowd.
So I just followed that strobe light because I didn't.
Yeah.
I figured he was going to stand on the main road. I don't know where he's going, but there's damn way I was passing
Just
him.
following him.
I mean, I could have went in some apartment complex. I don't know, but I go. I'm just doing that, man.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I put my trust in that dude.
There are those nights where when that plow gets in front of you, it's almost like an angel on your
blessing.
shoulder.
Yeah,
Yes,
like it's like Rudolph's nose.
I'm with you, man. So, all right, the moral of the story, and if you haven't seen the video, go see the video.
Yeah, it'll be on the news again today too. I'm sure.
God, I almost wish they would identify this person and stick a mic in their face.
It's got to be a kid. It looked like a kid's bus. It reminded me of like the cars you used to drive.
But wouldn't that make it an older adult? Well, I guess it could have been
he was
passed
a
down.
busted kid.
Okay, no, but as a
But
kid,
depending on the year of the car and stuff.
as a kid, I was more scared to do something like that.
It looked like college kid car.
No, you just want to hate college kids. I bet you it was a dude your age. I bet you $1 million. I've been around long enough. Oh, God, no, I made a mistake. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. Get ready to start the NFL.
Like, you don't eat like
Bro,
Fat Pat.
I
Fat
eat.
Pat was the man.
Anybody that has been out at the
man
boat
with the
race-
glands.
No.
The fat glands.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk about the 15-year-olds who used to drink with glands?
I'm talking about your blowing pituitary gland.
Pituitary?
Yeah. That's a gland.
Sounds like a type of flower.
It's a pituitary. It's a gland. It's the one where you get the big chubby butt.
Pituitary gland.
That's not called a pituitary. It's called the pituitary.
The pituitary?
Yeah.
Tulipitary?
Yeah.
It's time to go home.
Yeah.
Time to go home. For Kimmy, who is very proud of her husband's bare chest in the Sexy Fireman's calendar.
Sure am,
By the-
Mr. August.
We got to call him that from now on, nonstop.
Sexy August.
So, no.
What do we call him?
Mr. August.
Oh, Mr. August.
So calm down over there.
Well, you could call him Sexy August.
What, are you trying to
can
get a
if
hold
you
of his
want.
pituitary gland? For Tommy Muley, who spends his days not on the air reading medical journals. My name is Pat W. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.